Catwoman231 from MBS News. On the air because of some breaking news.
Those are the questions I want to try to answer.
And that would make you team number one. Why did you tell A-Lion, like, immediately everything of what it was?
Time for fourth to last.
got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
Cattleman231 from MBS News. On the air because of some breaking news.
Those are the questions I want to try to answer.
And that would make you team number 1. Why did you tell A-Lion, like, immediately everything of what it was?
Tied for fourth to last.
you held me thin. Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always in sight. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always in sight. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
Catwoman231 from MBS News. On the air because of some breaking news.
Those are the questions I want to try to answer.
And that would make you team number 1. Why did you tell A-Lion, like, immediately everything of what it was?
Time for Ford Celeste.
Remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
there because of some breaking news.
Those are the questions I want to try to answer.
And that would make you team number 1. Why did you tell A-Lion, like, immediately everything of what it was?
Tied for fourth to last.
got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
Welcome in, everybody. MBN News welcome to the first GSM on MBN. The public portion is just getting underway, so let's head into Discord, listen to that discussion.
No, there he
There
is.
we go.
Okay. Okay. So kick exemptions are set. So did we fit? Yes, the logo has been fixed. Okay, so we're all set. Hi everybody. Welcome to.
Oh my god.
Hi.
Let's begin.
Hi.
Come on.
Okay.
Who's
Hi
your
everybody.
advocate?
Welcome to the May 2020 General Staff Meeting of Minecraft Rapid Transit. We're doing this one on the roof of the Adma building, but not on the side with the pool. So that's fun. Got a bunch of folks in chat today. We had 11, 12 staff in the private call, so that is all good. Lots of decisions made and a couple of things that I am going to announce. So starting off with the Premier City reviews, we had 2 candidates submit for review to Premier. They were Chanbei by Mojang Chan, or Manu F Moj, or whatever he's named himself this month. And the other one was Titsun Saki by Frog. The results for Chanbei were 10-1 against, and the results for Titsun Saki were unanimously against. Unfortunately, neither city reached our requirements for Premier. But we of course, as always, have feedback for both cities that will be posted in the usual manner shortly following the GSM. So that is that. All right, now I got to switch over because I have a fairly long thing that I wrote earlier. Okay. So, on the subject of moderator nominations, Section 2 and items 3A and 3B are all intertwined, and I will get into the specifics of the 3A and 3B topics in just a moment. Do I need to skip this bit? No, okay, that's fine. So, in short, the results of Section 2 are as follows. We received a total of 16 nominations, about 8 different players. 3 players had only 1 nomination each. 5 had 2 or more. Obviously, several candidates got more than 2 nominations. And just so that folks know, the number of nominations that someone receives, as long as they have more than 2, that doesn't affect our decision-making process. It's just, do you have 2 or more, and then any extras we're happy to consider as additional opinions. We had a lot of great discussion about these candidates both on Thursday and today, and several of them we've seen a lot of great promise through their interactions with the community. As for our decisions, none of these 5 candidates were recommended for promotion. We are deciding that we are not going to be extending any offers today. 1 candidate is being deferred and will be reconsidered automatically at the June GSM, and a 2nd candidate is being deferred for slightly longer and will be considered at another GSM over the summer. Real quick, I know that we usually don't talk about why, but just because this is a fairly unusually large number and because we've had a lot of new folks, just so that folks know, here's some of the reasons why a particular candidate might not have been recommended for promotion. Some of the most common reasons that we reject a candidate are 1, concern about the candidate's current and perceived future level of activity and interaction with the community. So it's, if you're someone who's just recently, or maybe not to give away too much, but anyway, if we haven't seen a whole lot of community interaction from a candidate, that's usually not a good sign, because we do want to have, because moderators are obviously involved in the community a lot. And then, of course, if we have concerns about future activity levels, then that can play into the decision as well. Second reason is if there's individual interactions that we've observed that can run contrary to our expectations of a mod, that's usually not a good thing. And then a third one would be insufficient evidence that the candidate meets the requirements of the position or would serve the community well if offered. These are kind of broad topics. They don't apply to all candidates. They don't apply to all candidates in the same way. Each candidate has their own positives and negatives, and unfortunately with the candidates that we discussed today, we came to the conclusion that we don't think that that the position would be a good fit for them now. I do want to call out in one specific incident, and as per usual, I'm not going to say who this was, but the people involved will hopefully recognize this. One candidate involved was observed asking for nominations to the position. And general rule number 4 is don't ask to become a staff member. And we interpret asking for moderator nominations as an attempt to get around this rule. You're perfectly acceptable to go and get nominations for trustee, but we are not a fan of people asking for moderator nominations. We believe that you should be earning those nominations organically through your interactions with the community. I will note that there is nothing in the rules from someone, if you file a nomination, you can voluntarily tell the candidate. That's fine as long as it's your own free will and you're not doing it in response to the candidate asking. And if you are a candidate and you receive an offer and choose to decline it, you can come forward and identify yourself. That's fine. Staff are not going to confirm or deny in either case because we, since 2012, we've maintained the notion of keeping candidates private until they join the team. But if you want to voluntarily share information, there's nothing wrong with that. Just you can't be actively seeking it out. And again, I want to stress that the fact that we've decided not to offer positions today does not mean that any of the candidates that we talked about are bad people. And several of them we think have promised to join the team in the near future, or could do so, in a couple GSMs. As I say, 2 candidates are being deferred. And so we want to just make it clear that, even though we're not offering positions today, that all these candidates are absolutely welcome members of the community, and we hope that that this does not reflect on you as a person. We're happy to answer questions about this in the Q&A. So to recap, 16 nominations on 8 players, 5 candidates had 2 or more nominations, no promotion offers today, 2 are being deferred, and will be automatically reconsidered at a future GSM. Item 3A has to do with moderator nomination expiry. There's been some confusion on what happens in instances like this, where a candidate receives nominations but doesn't get the position or is deferred or declines the offer. So I want to clarify how that works and what we are doing with the candidates that we have today. So nominations for the trial moderator position do not carry over. So if you nominate a candidate and they don't become a member of the team, but you think that they are still a good candidate for the position, if you think that they're still qualified, you can send in a new nomination and we can reconsider them at the next GSM. Please do not resend the same one because that doesn't really fit well. But if you think that they're still qualified, you can send it in. Again, that doesn't mean that we are actively ignoring nominations or that we're missing something. But we just think, if you think that they're still good, let us know. We're happy to take a look. For the candidates that are deferred, for obvious reasons, we're not going to tell you who is being deferred and who isn't. So if you have if you nominated someone before and you resubmit, then we'll just tack it on. Those candidates will be considered regardless of how many nominations they receive. They'll show up in the agenda as 2 or more in the meetings that they're being considered in. So again, we've got this all worked out on the back end to try and figure out who needs to be talked about where and what gets rolled over. But just reminder that the moderator nominations that you email to us do not automatically carry over. So you'll need to resubmit a new one if you want them to be talked about again. On the subject of the nominations themselves, item 3B had to deal with the quality of the stuff that we've received. Many of the nominations that we got this time around were very short and were not in great detail. So we, for the June GSM and going forward, we're going to be asking you guys to put a little bit more effort into how you send a moderator nomination. Specifically, we want you to give examples and to be as specific as you can of how you think a candidate is qualified for the position. And you can use the, on the website on the ranks page, we list out some of the qualities that we're looking for in a moderator candidate. So you can use that as a guide for stuff that you think makes sense. You do not need to send a thing for every single thing on the list, but if you've seen examples of a good interaction that they've had with people, or specific details of how you think they meet those qualities, you can send that in. We're going to be rejecting nominations if they're less than a couple sentences long, or if they're all just like, oh, Chief would be a great mod because he's always online and is always, you know, friendly and happy to answer questions. Like, that's awesome, and we want you guys to be doing those in the community, but that's not good enough for us to know if the candidate would be a good fit for a staff position. We're happy to answer questions or talk with you about candidates that you might be considering nominating. Just pull us aside privately, and we are happy to have the conversation if you need advice. But just know that we're going to be raising the standard a little bit for nominations. All staff are empowered to reject a nomination if it is of rather low quality. If there are any questions, then staff will use our internal channels or forward it to the admins. If necessary, that'll get escalated to Frumple or myself for final arbitration. But we want to be inclined to put stuff on the agenda, but we want to make sure that it's of high quality. Item 3C, Yoshi's been working on some of the rules and stuff revamps. We've been, again, we're not revamping the letter or the spirit of the rules. We are changing how they are presented on the website, so that hopefully it's a little easier to understand that the rules page is just rules and not definitions and other unrelated stuff. I think we're getting close. There'll be some stuff that gets released in the next couple of months. But Yoshi, thank you for spearheading that project. Lastly, there was a last-second ad of an idea of splitting out some of the GSM items into a kind of not pre-GSM like we had this time around, but a mini GSM that has full approval decision-making authority. We haven't decided what that's going to be called yet, because like we've got the GSM and the ASM already, you know, firmly ingrained into the MRT and how we work. But you know, further information on this will be forthcoming. The idea is that we want to deal with some of the easier items, so that's sections 6, 7, 8, and 9, so transport projects, MRT lines, events, IATs, stuff of that nature. We want to handle those on a much more frequent basis so that it's a bunch of shorter meetings, partially so that you guys don't have to wait as long, and partially so that the GSMs themselves are shorter. So stay tuned for details on how that will work. It'll probably be coming out in the next couple of days. If you're shooting fireworks, please stop. And then hopefully the June GSM will be a bit shorter. Staff, did I miss anything?
I think that's about it.
For that, we're going to add something on here, Chief. I don't know if you're following stuff. So I do know that there's some controversy about our decision to not promote anyone, and I think just for the benefit of people here, we do want to address your concerns regarding that. So because of that, I think we're going to do a short Q&A session now, just on this topic. If you have objections or concerns or questions about how we choose mods and all that sort of stuff, will please I guess should I PM you, Chief, or do you want me to
if they
part?
ping me, and I've got them up now. So.
Okay, so PM Chief either in game or Discord if you want to turn to talk, and then I'll deal with unmuting people in Discord because it is by default muted for members.
And again, I'll just stress that the way that we got to not promoting anyone was like, we did not go in and say, okay, our quota is 0. We individually reached the decision on each person, and the result is that there isn't anyone. So yeah, so ping me in GSM discussion or send me a PM if you have questions.
Please, if it's general questions, sorry about the background. If it's any general questions that aren't about this, please save them to the end. Like, we're mainly going for questions about the mod.
I say this and I have not been pinged by anybody.
Needen says, "Do we ask Chief about if there are mods that have been accepted by staff?" I don't know, sure what you mean.
Neen, I don't understand your question. If there were any promotions, we would have said how many there were. Frog,
Yeah,
I
that's what
see
he
you.
told him.
So Frog says, if the staff tell us to promote more, and we finally promote people in our time zone, and then none are promoted, how will the Asian time zone be more moderated and staffed?
I'll answer this question.
Yep.
Just to be clear, we in the staff are very aware that there's definitely not as many Asian moderators. However, we do also still have standards of what we expect from a staff member, and those apply to anyone regardless of which time zone you're in. And unfortunately, and sometimes this happens, even though there might be a candidate in that time zone, they might not satisfy all the other qualities. Another thing I want to make clear is we're deciding to not promote now. That doesn't mean that we're not going to promote them at a later date, and we've already said that we are going to be considering at least one candidate at the next GSM, and then maybe more further down the line. So we're not saying no forever, but we are saying right now we don't have the confidence in the candidates that have been presented to us based on various reasons, and so therefore for some of those candidates we need to see a bit more. We need to observe them a bit more, see if they'll be active, see or if there are any other issues about them, like just to get our confidence that they would be a good pick for staff.
We do ask that while we are looking to fill certain time zones, you do need other reasons than just they are in this time zone. So like we said earlier, please make sure you do give reasons other than this is an empty time zone, because we do understand that.
Okay, people are saying things about mega, like I'm saying. Okay, just so you guys know, from the whole staff list, I think about at least 13 are in the Americas. There's a few in Europe, but there's only really 2 in Asia. That's Heaven and Mega. So clearly there clearly is. There's less people online generally during the Asian time zones, but there's definitely a gap there.
And I will say that, yeah, I mean, again, time zones are less of a primary concern to us. It's a nice to have. It's not something that we're looking at in particular for where we're coming from. Also, just remember that, we are an English server, so most of our traffic is going to come from the Americas, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and Singapore. Like, we're not going to get a whole lot from other countries. That doesn't mean we never get them, but most of our traffic is concentrated in that half of the world. So, anyway, okay. Question from Needen NL was, were the people in the wrong time zones, or is there anything you can say about reasons? I think Frumple addressed that question a little bit already. Again, time zones doesn't disqualify or qualify someone for the position. It's a nice to have that we're like, oh, that's cool if they're in a time zone that we need or whatever. Again, the main reasons are that we want to see people interacting with the community, and we want to see evidence through those interactions that if they were offered a position, that they would serve the community well. And again, I think that, as Trimple said, it's not, or it's more. I was going to say something and word's hard.
So I think, is that all of the questions?
No, there's a few more. So so James, Frumple, if you want to unmute James, because he has a question that he wants to ask on voice next. Conductor asks, do former moderators... 1 second, James. Yep, we got you. So, do former moderators being renominated improve their chance of becoming mod? So, sort of, but not really. People who were staff in the past, we know about, we can all recall we can all recall like their experience on staff and how they did as a member of staff. So that factors into the decision. But
also the time of how long they were staff before.
Yeah.
So some staff maybe were here only 6 months to a year ago. Some staff have not been here for years, so that also factors in whether they'd fit within the team. Like for example, like Chief himself. I'll use you as an example. Like he wasn't promoted directly to admin because he was so long. I think you were gone for like a
2.5 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
2
So
years.
we weren't sure whether he would be a good fit for the staff, or because the staff team had changed so much back then. So we decided, okay, let's give him. We'll let him be mod for 3 months, and then we'll see how things go. So yeah.
Okay, James, you're up.
Okay, so with the moderator nominations, with people asking to be moderator, if a player is caught, will they be offering any like formal warnings, or how are you going to discipline that?
I believe at the GSM, or at least during the private portion, there was no discussion regarding that. If we do decide to do that, you know, we'll give out those warnings if need be. I just want to remind people though that if it's a single warning, it is not announced to everyone. It's only double warnings or demotions that are announced. So if we do give out a single warning in that case, then you may not hear about it. So
And it's really we decide essentially whether we think that typically I feel like generally for some we don't. It's just repeated offenses are really what we get to.
All right, yeah. So it's like maybe not. Who knows? Just don't.
Basically.
Generally, yeah, just don't try to interfere in the whole nomination process. Basically, like yeah.
Well, there
And, I
should
mean,
it should be something like to prevent it, like stop jeopardizing it. Yeah.
General, I mean, this is, you know, we haven't really seen this before, but generally we would say, you know, first offense would be you're just not considered at that GSM. Following that would be more formal warnings. So, you know, that's not an official policy, but it's certainly something that if you think you're, I mean, just think about it like with the rule. The rule says don't ask. So if you're asking people to nominate you, you're kind of asking for the position in a roundabout way. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, completely. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Otto's up next with a question.
Oh, sorry, I gotta mute him.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Otto. Go ahead, Otto.
Might be a bit of an unexpected question. How am I going to phrase that? Sorry, my brain is a bit fried. I had a migraine attack.
Okay. Do you want to take a second while I deal with one of that's coming? Okay.
Take another question in the meantime.
Yep. So Elite Neon asks, question, if a player has stated that they would be a good moderator, but those statements were made years ago, is that a disqualifying factor? We probably wouldn't remember that unless it was, you know, something that you were doing blatantly. And I mean, it all depends on the context. So, you know, if it's something that someone is going around and saying, oh, I'm going to be an awesome mod here, you know, then we would consider that because it certainly would not be something that we would want to see on the staff. On the other hand, if it's something that, you know, you joined and as a citizen, you're like, oh, I like the staff. I think I might eventually want to try and get on the team. And like, that was just a one-off comment, you know, we're probably not going to remember a one-off. And then, you know, if we don't remember it, then how can we talk about it? So, you know, we don't do a giant log search, for example. So. Okay.
And also, should we get to the contract?
Otto, do you remember your question?
Yes, I remember, but I didn't know how to phrase it. Translation from Dutch to English in my head is a bit hard when I'm feeling fried.
It's all good.
Basically, of course, you'd expect people to do their due diligence in nominating moderators. I think I may have done a bad job in that myself to some extent. But despite due diligence, it might be possible that someone would want to retract their nomination for whatever reason. How would this be handled? And
it's just like any other GSM retraction. Yeah, so if you need to pull a nomination, it's just like any other GSM removal. You just email the staff and say, hey, I need to remove my nomination, and we would probably remove it from the agenda.
Yep, it has happened before, Otto. Like some people have emailed. Even staff internally have given their nominations in the private portion and then retracted based on new information. So yeah, totally.
That is totally fine.
That is totally happened.
All right, thank you.
Miaquamarine asks, if someone asked someone to nominate them as a joke and it was clearly a joke, would that count as a disqualification? Don't ask, period, even if you think it's a joke, because people oftentimes will misinterpret you as to what your intentions are. So I would say, to be on the safe side, you should assume that if you're asking, that you'll be disqualified.
I just want to make a statement also. There's some talk I'm reading in chat about. I know for those people in the Asian time zone, it might feel like, why bother sending in GSM nomination, or sorry, moderator nominations? We do still want those nominations. I don't want to just have this decision discourage people from still submitting nominations. We are asking, based on what was discussed in the private portion, we are asking for more effort in terms of writing those nominations. You can't just say things like they're nice, they're a good person, all that sort of stuff. We would strongly prefer that you put in specific examples that show that this person would be a good fit for the mod team. So yeah, I'm just gonna say that, but I know that, you know, some people are still gonna feel like, yeah, why bother submitting nominations if we're just not going to promote them? I get that, but I don't. Again, please keep on submitting those nominations.
Also, like, staff, you know, because people have weird sleep schedules and all that, like, we do generally tend to cover most time zones around just how everybody is. Frumple Otto's got a question again in just a second here. So yeah, like, between all of us, we do have enough overlap that we can see activity even on kind of fringe time zones. So again, even though we don't have full coverage of someone living in that time zone, that we are aware of stuff going on, we are aware that there is a need, but time zone, again, does not factor into that decision. As you know, it's not going to make or break a decision. So yeah, please keep sending stuff in. And again, the decision today is not no forever and never again. The decision today is, for these candidates right now, is not, we don't think that they would be a good fit for the position right now, but they might be in a month or two. Who knows? So. Okay, Otto, you've got another question?
Yes. How does staff view people writing a nomination together, especially with the increased standard of how these nominations have to be formulated, and would they be counted as one or two nominations if those are like made by two people together?
Sorry, responding to CC, 1 second.
I'll answer this. Just
okay.
So yeah, I think I would prefer that I would discourage people from working together on a nomination. It should be something. A nomination should be something that contains basically your thoughts and feelings about that player, and no one else's. I think it's safe to say I strongly recommend you just leave it to one person, one nomination. Yeah, basically.
And I will say, there's nothing stopping you from talking with somebody else and saying, hey, I like this moderator, or I like this person who's dinging the bell. Stop with the bell. I like the idea of you talking with somebody else and saying, I think this person would be a good moderator, to agree, and if the two of you are both okay with it and both of you send in your nominations, that is totally fine. So, okay. I think we are getting to the point where we should cut this off and go on to further agenda items. I think we can address some questions just as they're coming in
as well.
Yeah, but we'll keep talking about this at the end of the meeting. So thank you for all your questions so far. But just in the interest of time, let's carry on to the community issues. So 5A. Starting off with 5A, the removal of U-cars.
What were the results in the survey, Rumple?
They're still there.
They're still there. I'll just read them out here. Right now, at the moment, 68 voted in favor of removing UCARs, 44 against, and 13 shrugged. So, it seems like there's certainly a lot of opinions on both sides on this debate. One thing I will just note, just regarding the logistics of this question that I posted, you'll notice that the survey question just simply asks, should the UCARS plugin be removed from the server? It does not provide any context. I didn't put it in there, like the reasoning why we're considering this. I didn't put it in there because I didn't want to try to bias the question, though maybe on hindsight, maybe I should have put it in there. I do have a hypothesis that perhaps maybe not everyone knows has all the information about why we're considering removing the UCARs. So I would strongly recommend for people to at least read through, if you have the time to read through survey discussion, or also just listening on what we're discussing now at GSM. And then if your mind has changed, please do change your vote, because it will at least give us a better sense of, how actually this controversial this is. So how are we going to start this debate? I don't know.
That's a great question.
I think there's like two sides to this, because you've got, of course, the part about like UCARs and how it can interfere with the MRT. Like, do we care more here for the serviceness of the MRT in that experience, or, as some people also argue, for realism for like the roads?
Yeah, I think just the UCARs plugin kind of give roads a little bit more meaning in a city. I do understand the glitchiness of the program plugin, but doesn't the glitch require you to start on a road or something?
No.
No.
I think
that broke as well. It can be done on Rails, and that's, I think, the big reason why this is considered to remove, because for it to be starting on roads and going to tracks, that's manageable. But this is a this can happen anywhere by accident. That's when it breaks things.
And to be 100% clear, I think, I'm not sure some people realize this when they run the survey, but the UCARs glitch, while we all do love riding because it is fun, especially at times flying them, there are issues that just in essence just kind of break how the MRT and many CART rail lines work. And I think that's, some people might not understand that that's why we kind of that's kind of why some people put this forward, is that it breaks kind of the titular thing of the server. And we want to at least make that clear that that is the reason we're bringing this forward. We're not bringing this forward just to bring it forward. We are bringing it forward because there are legitimate issues that break many.
Okay, just gonna scrolling through chat and GSM discussion. Please try to keep all of the discussion of the current topic in GSM discussion. I know some people are asking in game, but sometimes we may not catch that. So
Frog is asking if the plugin can be disabled on a per world basis.
As far as I know, no.
I didn't think so.
The plugin is really like on the point of being. It's not updated. It's so glitchy, and it.
Yeah, I'm
saying that is literally what the server is named after. I think it just outweighs the benefit.
And I think to address it, I know that some people seem to John just some feelings about some comments, to address some of those. Also, again, apologies for the background. To address some of those, in regards to horses are left everywhere, because I know that's been a constant one that people brought up, which is that just like horses, UCARs are also kind of left quite everywhere. And we do understand that the nostalgia factor of it, and there are some things like NASCAR, for example, but it's really whether you weigh that in favor or not of kind of the whole MRT system.
Vehicles being left everywhere is a universal issue. It's not just an issue of horses; it's an issue of the people who are leaving them everywhere. Please clean up your stuff.
We need to make an advertisement or something like saying that please get rid of your cars or whatever.
Like I could give splash potions.
The newest Fast Boy egg is designed so that it can instantly kill the Fast Boy. So
To answer Phosphorus in this question, that was world people not begin. We do want to, but the server is kind of, while we do have plugins and stuff, we do want to keep it vanilla in a way. It's kind of the reason we don't have trade cards as well. We in the past we have rejected trade cards because we kind of wanted to make it's kind of vanilla, of course, with the exception of wars, but we kind of kept like vanilla mine cards and stuff like that because that is kind of a core aspect of the server.
Yep. Again, yeah, we want to keep it vanilla because we want to make sure that as many people are able to connect to the server. As soon as you add a mod like train carts, it requires them to install it, and that's another step they have to go through. So yeah, we're not going to do that.
And well, train carts, it still is okay with using vanilla mine carts, but it breaks the MRT in a different way. So,
Well, I mean, the MRT was never designed around train cars. It's less about that, more about like.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, like we're trying to create like the MRT was designed around vanilla that like the original systems could have been taken as schematics and plopped onto a single player world, and we developed the server around that. And that's kind of like the fundamental stuff about the server. And for the guest experience, like having UCARs around is a hindrance.
Yellow Witcher PMs me and says we might face an issue if we bring the plugin back at a later date. Should we keep building our A roads with boosters or not? Because if we don't, then when the plugin it won't work. It gets updated, it won't work.
I'm going to be really honest. I highly doubt that UCARs. If we remove UCARs now, I highly doubt it'll come back at all. Because again,
it's not been developed in a year or two.
It's probably a year or less than that. Like it is not actively developed. It is not actively maintained. And there's no indication that it is going to be. The source is also not available, so we can't go in and fork it or make our own plugin. So we're kind of AWOL on that.
as we go on, with every update, the plugin will get more and more deprecated.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like what happened with Easy Elevator, except in this instance, there's nothing really to replace it. So
unfortunately,
yeah.
have-
So because
yeah,
Easy Elevator, we transitioned over to Lyft, but Easy Elevator, it's like it was surprising that it worked as long as it did.
It also
This is
helped.
kind of the same thing.
It also helped that E-Elevator wasn't very popular. people hated it. So Lyft was a little easier.
Yeah, it's like even when the E-Elevator was still around in like 2018, it's like
Okay, we're not having
I still haven't
we're
used
not
it.
having the E-Elevator debate now.
So people are saying people are now talking about what happens to sell your fuel if we do decide to do it.
No, there's actually hold on, there is a glitch. You can't sell your fuel. If you try to sell fuel, it says you have none. And if you try, and so yeah, so if you have money in fuel, sorry, you've lost.
The thing that's broken with this plugin.
Yeah.
We might. Sorry, on that note, I wonder if there is a way to look up people's fuel, and then maybe admins could try to do a manual refund. I'm just trying to make this as fair as possible for people who may have wasted money.
Yeah, that would probably be the easiest way to do it.
Yeah,
it's
something we can look up.
Easy and like air quotes.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not
quite
sure if it's possible, but I think admin or I myself could look at that and see if that was possible. If especially if people have wasted I hope you haven't wasted hundreds or thousands of dollars in fuel.
They just invested in the stock market of the oil industry at the wrong time.
I mean, for me, I think
Oil industry has very literally this time gone bust.
the way I and some other people did, just put a few $100s into, never have to worry about it.
Okay.
If it's a few hundred, then that's significant. In terms of
if
wasting money, you can go waste your money on the lotto.
Okay. If it's an issue that people wanted me to look into, then please PM me, I guess, or an admin, and we'll look into that. But generally, though, since most people's amounts in UFuel should be fairly negligible, so we won't be doing refunds, but we will consider it if asked.
I think we're all going in circular on that.
Sorry, there's one point in case people haven't looked at. I have also looked at other UCAR alternatives. Again, none of them are really good. Some of them don't have enough features. Some of them are paid. Some of them require a lot of prerequisites that require installation. There's even one plugin that didn't even go up half slabs. So I was like, absolute big no, because that's completely useless to us. So unfortunately, there is no. Sorry, what was that, Echo?
Some added guns along with cars.
Yeah, some of them add more stuff than we need. It's silly.
Yeah.
So
Guns were very good at it.
the ones that are paid, was there any of them that like might be a good replacement?
I think some of the ones that were paid also required a lot of prerequisites. Those are the ones that had like additional vehicles or guns, I believe. I'll just say this: if someone can find a good alternative, because some new plugins pop up all the time. If you can find an alternative that seems good, then maybe we can try testing on beta server. But we did this research like now and 6 months ago. It's not looking very good. So, and yeah, I've just addressed Fred. Yeah, if there's an alternative, we'll consider it. But right now, the thing is, right now, UCars is causing issues for the MRT and third-party metro systems. So that alone, I feel like is a breaking change.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Moving on.
Hang on. What? So
wait. Hold on.
We haven't decided what
I mean,
or
it
when.
seems I don't think anyone that currently is in.
Yeah, it's not okay. Let's be clear, Yoshi. It's not unanimous. There's clearly some people.
There is.
There
is definitely dissent. Yeah, no,
there's
there's definitely
dissent, and some of that's maybe based on not knowing all the issues.
I think a lot of it is that like UCars is, I think, considered a pretty I mean, it's kind of, there's a lot of like, it's one of the more nostalgic plugins, and also like the concerns about like what's the point in roads in cities anymore. And my two big rebuttals to that would be I mean, you like E-Elevator was kind of more historical and although kind of more disliked, but also we had towns before UCars, the old world, that had roads that were pretty like, I mean, there's towns on the old world that had pretty developed road networks for pretty much for apparently no reason. And I don't think the benefits of UCars should outweigh the fundamental like infrastructure of the MRT itself.
We have roads because this is a modern city building and transportation server. I mean, it doesn't really depend on if we have UCars.
And it never has before.
And it also really affects the city's ambiance anyway.
I did see a question. I don't remember who asked it, but there was a question in chat. When is the plugin getting removed? I guess at tonight's restart, based on what we're deciding right now.
I would say, I mean, if people want to do a nostalgia drive or two, yeah, probably take advantage of it today.
Yeah.
Not right now.
Maybe, maybe give them tomorrow. But I would say, by tomorrow's
let's give them a weekend. So we'll remove it at end of
day tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Bye, UCars.
All right, UCars be gone. I need to step away for 15-20 minutes. I'll be back, hopefully by 5D. So anyway, 5.
Okay. I will
Someone
take
step in for me.
over and be an asshole. Okay. All right. So 5B. Oh, it's my topic too. So hey.
Yeah. You get to run. You get to play referee on that. All right. Back in a bit.
So this topic I added because there were some questions about who actually owns all the A and B roads, and I decided to check the rules page, and there was actually nothing there. I'm not sure if that was removed as part of maybe Chief's revamp last year or some other time, but I just wanted this the goal of this topic is to reintroduce at least some sentences into the rules about this. Now, from what I understand, based on previous GSMs many years ago, like we're talking 7-8 years ago, the agreement I believe was by default A and B roads are owned by the server except if they're requested by the person who's proposing them. And there are some exceptions to this. The most notable one is the A50, which I believe Mindman and yeah.
Well, I mean,
will
I
propose
think
that.
I own the original segment, but it's been expanded since, so then it becomes a lot grayer. But
True. But back then that was the big one.
that
'cause
that was the example. Yeah, that was the example because it was I think there were like 5 roads approved, and that was the only one that was technically privately owned.
Okay, so there's a lot of questions here, but basically, let's start with the first two. Should we continue doing this? Like, should we just continue having this policy of having default server owned, but with some exceptions, or do we want to switch it to maybe all server owned, or do we want to switch it to some other system or some other way of doing things? So let's just address that part first, and we'll get to the other things later.
I do have an opinion on this topic. And I'm big into roads, so mind if I talk?
Yeah, go for it.
Go off, Vicky.
My personal opinion is that, generally speaking, I think when somebody builds an A road, especially an A road, to a lesser extent of B roads too, but especially A roads, I feel that the builder has a certain aesthetic that they like to keep in mind. It's one of their builds, and they take a long time, so naturally, like they have a certain aesthetic that they want. And if they do go to server owned, and people just start building them willy nilly, then I feel that it can disrupt the aesthetic at least to an extent. That being said, if say somebody builds an A road and they go inactive, I feel that it should go back to server owned until they come back.
Would it go to become server owned immediately, or when we notice that they're inactive? Like what?
I would say immediately, if not in the 3-month activity period.
Okay.
I'm fine with giving credit where due for building the road, but I have a feeling we might be running into permission problems and stuff. People, requesting permission to build our off ramp. Where with server owns, and our current rules basically say as long as it's a minor edit, as far as like adding a ramp or to a road to their town, or I think we might be running into permission problems. That the owner of the road is expecting that
right,
any changes at all would have to go through them, and that's I think why we consider doing a server owned for the A and B road.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. Skelly did submit public comments. I'll just note them right now. He says that he thinks that it is easier if we just make all the roads server owned, because having this sort of duality is confusing, in his words.
Yeah. In fact, I kind of forgot about the duality we had, and I mean, to bring it back to the whole thing about permissions and stuff, I think the benefit of having towns be able to just connect and not have to go through a convoluted system of requirements for some roads but not others makes more sense. And also, in the way it's written in the rules right now, for like I'll take the example for B roads. B roads, if they're like shorter, then I think it's 300 blocks or whatever it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as they're written in the rules currently, they don't need permission from GSMs, but that can be misleading, the fact that people might just build it anyway, even if it's on technically a private road, which I mean, I don't think we've actually approved anything just as explicitly as a private road in years. But if that was the case, it's misleading to the fact that, I don't need permissions, even though that's specified as GSM permissions only, but you'll need permissions for this route certainly, and there's no explicit list of who owns what roads. I think as a A roads, they should just be server owned, because then it's a seen as a public good that people can just access and not have to worry about getting permissions, because like getting major permissions on a case by case basis, which doesn't really make much sense.
I was like, Echo, I know you had an opinion because I know most of your roads in Bahia are you didn't
Yeah,
submit for
I
A&B
will
roads.
say, just due to the I didn't personally know how ownership would work, so I've generally avoided designating any roads in Bahia as A or B roads just to control, because like I own all of the land surrounding these roads. The only one that defies that exception is the A410 because I had to build that from outside. But like there's a section of the A410 which just goes through an area that's I should be able to control.
Echo, you're cutting off there. Can you repeat what
Oh,
you
am I?
said?
Yeah.
Well, like let's say I have the A410 and goes partially through an area which I entirely control. Should people be I don't think people should be able to like just consider that portion server owned. I think I should be able to have the option of controlling that part of the A road that's within my area.
I think that's generally I think that's pretty much. I think that can coincide with the idea that all like A roads are pretty much server owned, in the fact that like if you have a town surrounding it, then yeah, you should have priority. I mean, it's the whole idea of like road, in my mind, roads being completely server owned is the fact that if you want to start new towns, they're not having to worry about the initial permissions for that road. If you develop a town around a road, then yeah, I think it's really indisputable that that road has become key infrastructure in that town. I don't think you need to send information like emails and GSM proposals to take over that segment of road. I think it's pretty much common sense that yes, you have kind of like developed this road to be part of your town. It's to me, it's more of an issue of those initial permissions. I don't think it matters so much about after development is around the road, because nobody's going to modify your road after that except you, obviously.
There seems to be a healthy debate in GSM discussion right now. What are people's? It's hard to. I'm having difficulty. I'm having a little difficulty trying to figure out what the general vibe is, because it seems like there's a lot of different opinions.
Skilly's saying something about maybe like length could help determine whether it's owned by the server or the builder.
Yeah. I guess the one thing we can agree on is we definitely need better record keeping in terms of roads.
Yeah.
That's
the very
even after Vicky, Volpe, and I did the audit. There's still like lots of stuff we don't know.
Yeah.
Because even now, with me trying to mark roads on Dynamap, it's definitely a hassle, as we've seen, of road record keeping coming down to roads.
Okay. So that's definitely something staff can work on.
Yeah, does it help that like especially B roads, you could just like create one whenever basically?
Right.
Like without even like making like I mostly did my part of the audit off of Discord and Wiki records. And some B roads don't have evidence of either.
Well, because we do allow them to build them without GSM approval. Like
Oh no, I'm not saying that we should go to all roads need approval. I'm just saying it makes it more difficult.
One thing by Kitty is saying if a B road does not require GSM proposal, it should be privately owned. Basically saying
I
staff didn't
agree
approve
with
it.
that view.
Okay.
I think that's a good point. Like I definitely think so. If they don't have to go through a GSM proposal, and yeah, that person built it. Like we're not saying as a staff like like we're not controlling it immediately. Unless they're like trying to exert eminent domain.
Okay, so staff, I seem to recall this at the pre-GSM. Sorry for the folks listening, but I seem to remember that I think someone brought up differing A and B roads in terms of ownership, and I think we said no to that. Do you guys remember exactly why? You may have
I
said
think it
that.
was because like if someone upgraded a B road to an A road or something.
Yeah,
then
that
it was
that's the big
problem.
yeah, that's a big problem. I guess maybe that could be solved though, because maybe we could say B roads by default are privately owned, but if you decide to upgrade to an A road, then you I guess revoke your ownership of it. If we want to make things consistent, if A roads were all server node, for example, would that be reasonable?
I think that's
suppose.
fine actually, because I think that serves a purpose. Because we said it earlier, A roads are meant to connect regions of the server, versus a B road where it's typically B road is going to be between two towns, so it's usually an agreement between just two people. And
B roads are a much more local thing, but A roads are a much more regional public.
Right.
Like
thanks, Simon.
public.
Okay. So what it sounds like, okay, so based on this, A roads are publicly owned, and B roads are private. Do we still want to allow for exceptions for, say, A roads to be privately owned then, or do we just want to say all A roads are server owned?
I could see the argument for exemptions, on the sake of like.
I could see it for a B road, but for an A road.
Well, B roads
not
are going to be private
really.
anyway. B roads are going to be
Yeah.
private.
Yeah,
anyway.
personally, I'm more for than against now. Even just hearing the arguments.
With
and
B roads, at least
even
as long as
though
they
I
like tell
have-
the staff that they built it like designation, I think that's good enough, because that way you can still have good enough record keeping.
Wait, so Echo, are you which part are you for or against? Just to be clear.
well, I've kind of changed my opinion. I think I'm for just having A roads be completely server owned.
Just want to respond to Not Short's comment in a GSM discussion quickly. Like he's Not Short says, "What if the builder of B road is inactive?" My response to that would be that for the most part, B roads, you don't necessarily need to worry about the activity of the owners of B roads so much, because for the most part, they could. This is obviously as a generalization. For the most part, owners of B roads are connecting individual towns together or their town to a road. If there is an exception to that, and I mean, Needle brings it up right now, the B12. If there are exceptions to much longer B roads, they can go through GSM. We can get it looked at like an inactive thing.
Okay, there's a bit of a wrench that Kitty's bringing up. There are some B roads that are server owned, which it feels like we're making exceptions for each. Like A roads can. I guess okay. I guess we're at least we're saying no to A roads being private, but now we're saying some B roads can be publicly owned. So it's kind of the inverse now. Do we want to allow that? Or I personally, I'd like to try to prefer exceptions and special cases as much as possible, but I realize that this might not be possible in all the time though. So
And
I
in some
would like
cases,
to- I
it
mean,
could just make.
a lot of the conversation in GSM discussion right now is regarding the B12, and I think one thing I have to say about that though, as much as it does seem like a lot more of a regional long road, it's still in like connecting town by town, going on the city street level, and each connection between cities is around, if not less than 300 blocks. So it's not like it's going to have a new town developed that's going to need permissions along it. It's pretty much already set in stone. Nobody's going to need permissions for the B12 in future. So it's much more at that local level, set in stone. And even then, there's towns that have like modified little bits along it anyway, such as in in Hendon and stuff. So
Yeah, as like Kitty's mentioned right now, like in their proposal, like they can just say which, if it's like a long road like the B12, they'll mention in the proposal like which parts people own.
Okay. So I'm just going to try to summarize. So are we saying A roads are all going to be public owned? I guess that includes the A50, my man, because then
That seems like the general consensus.
Like with the A50s currently privately owned, are you saying we can just turn it? Like, are we
Oh,
changing
I
all
mean, I've
privately
kind of been
owned?
operating this under the assumption for years it's been publicly owned. So, but
Oh.
I think there's
Oh,
been
okay.
additions to it that I haven't heard about, but I really don't care. So I'd be fine with that.
I'm
Fair
fine
enough.
with it because
Okay,
that's
we're
both A roads and
nationalizing the roads then.
Okay.
yeah,
So
A roads,
okay.
yes. B roads are private.
B roads, okay. And then B roads, it'll just this is yeah, okay. Like B roads, we will leave it up to proposals. And it sounds like by default, I guess they'd be privately owned. Does that sound or what should be the default for B roads?
I think it should be private default.
Yeah, and they
I'm
can
assuming.
say in their proposals if it's different.
Okay. And also adding the clause that if they want to convert a B road to an A road, they would need to give up ownership. But some people are Castle saying we shouldn't be allowing server-owned B road just for consistency. I can see that,
Fair point. Yeah.
but yeah,
But
I'm not sure.
but it's like for B roads
Yeah,
that have been
we-
established as server owned, who would we give them to? That's
Auction,
That's-
auction. Good auction. We could give them away if
Could
someone
do
wants to.
that.
Yeah.
Because we do
Auctions are
own them
evil.
as a server. I suppose people could do the same thing as like an IoT for the.
Yeah, I know I
Pretty
mentioned that
publicly
too
owned
about
roads.
IATs for private stuff.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, consistency isn't everything, but the one benefit from consistency is it makes the rules much easier to understand. Because if you start having little exceptions here and there, it requires us for at least staff to keep track of that in whatever manner we do.
Well, yeah,
But yeah, like
because that's even what I mentioned in docs about. I asked whether we had a list of privately owned A roads.
We do have the road stuff, and we could just add a section on there.
Right, but I meant
regarding
like for right now, for
roads.
past record keeping, we have nothing.
So yeah,
I mean, the only privately owned A road that I could think of was the A50, but even then.
Because right now we keep track of the builders. We have that from the GSMs, and that's what we've been doing. So like, even right now, we've always assumed that the owner has been the builder.
yeah.
So as far as record keeping goes for B roads, we're perfectly fine.
I realize this might not make everyone happy, but it's starting to sound like for consistency, A roads are publicly owned and B roads are privately owned.
Oh wait, Kitty's got still typing.
I mean, generally we've gone by the assumption that you can just make the exit because it's a publicly owned road.
Yep, that's already in the rules, really. Like anyone can build a exit or a B road extending from the A road if it's within 300 blocks. The point of A roads is to connect to towns. So
Yeah.
we don't
We don't
there's
want
no
them to provide an obstruction to people building towns on them.
there's no bureaucracy involved. No proposal needed. We just
Yes, Circles, we've always assumed that the original builder is the owner of the B roads. I know Frog is mentioning about inactive people. I think I put on the GSM doc that we've always said to like that we could do an IoT for that for B roads for inactive builders.
The question then is, do we count it as part of the town? So if someone auctions, IATs a town,
Mhm.
would the road come by default with it?
Mhm.
Or would they have to specify in the
probably
thing, I also want this road? 'Cause
probably
it would make
not.
sense if I would almost think it makes sense if the road is connecting from an A road to the town. It transfers with the town.
That's true.
I'd say yeah. In most situations, I'd say yeah. It's usually the town and the road come together, and usually if you request it, you probably want to request both. But there may be some situations where that's not the case, and maybe they should be split up. Like for example, maybe someone built a B road to a town, maybe some other person's town, but then
So
part of that
between two
road,
towns.
but Yeah, but part of that road became say actually no. Here's a better example. Say someone built a B road in the middle of nowhere, and someone built a town on it, and they got permission and all that, and then, but now that road is part of that town, and it's kind of integrated with it. So then, if someone wants to IAT the road, maybe just split the road part that's outside the town as part of the IAT. They can't just grab the town if they don't want it, right? I hope I'm making sense there. It's a bit of a complicated situation, but
So we're saying that roads will not transfer with towns. They'll need to be separately requested.
it
Maybe you could
if you're
specify along with the.
I think just to be clear, that would be the clearest option is just to
Yeah.
specify.
yeah. Don't
I would
assume
like
that the
this
town comes along with it. Yeah.
I would like this town, and I would like the B road connect.
And that's totally fine to ask for. I think just in the interest of documentation to specify.
To make
And
sure.
then Imperial's asking about MPO owned B roads.
That's kind of the same thing of it's except instead of being owned by a single person, it's owned by a group of people, and so whatever procedures the the only time that comes into question really is connecting to stuff in IATs. So if the MPO dies, then they'll need to decide what happens with the road.
Right.
If all the people in the
Yeah, Cookie's earlier. I see it.
Go ahead, you. Sorry.
I mean, if all the people in an MPO go inactive, then and it gets IAT'd, then then it just gets changed from MPO ownership to single person or whatever. I think that's fine.
Cookie was saying that he doesn't want to complicate it further, but he's asking what if the B road is in a town, but the towner didn't build it, and so the other people build it. Who owns it in that case?
That's kind of the example I was trying to bring up. Like, if in that case, then you kind of have to split the B road into two parts. One part is outside the town, and one part is in the town. If the road is so integrated with the town, then you can probably just include as part of the town at that point.
Do we almost want to go with the rail rules then, where
The
we're saying
yeah,
that
would be
so although
75 through Utopia. It connects Colpino to Utopia. However, inside Utopia, it's pretty much following the C streets. Now, let's say someone let's say I built the section between Colpino and Utopia, then Utopia developed around it. Obviously, Narnia would own it because it'll be part of the city streets of Utopia. But the section between, I think, could be up to contention on who to ask. Whether that be me, but honestly, I'd lean towards some of the more town owners because they'll be more affecting them if it's within close proximity anyway. Because we haven't seen any long distance B roads that have long stretches without a town along it. We might have long B roads, but they go from town to town to town. There's never a B road that goes through miles and miles of nothing.
So this is going to be this is going to be a problem because so the third question I asked: are players allowed to build next to privately owned? I guess in this case B roads, since we were decided about A roads. If we followed the rail rules, so the third-party rail rules, then we've said that they can build their town around the rail, but the rail owner is not obligated to make a station there, and the rail owner can't control that. But because roads are different, because they can integrate really with the town.
I'm on a thing on Discord.
That's like public net. It's like publicly drivable.
Chief, your mic's on. So did you guys get my point there? There's a distinction here. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I disagree with the comparison just because I understand your point, but I disagree with the comparison just because rails are owned by private franchises. Roads are you could have anyone connect, anyone drive along road. It's not like it's restricted to one company in the first place anyway. It's connecting towns, and those towns are kind of have open public infrastructure anyway. And it's different.
No, the problem is we're making a definition saying that they're sorry, go ahead. My man? Hello?
What the
And if
speed that
that-
I'm typing?
Everything lagged out to me, sorry, I missed all that.
Okay. So going back, the problem is, okay, take this scenario. Someone builds a B road. Someone builds a town. Are people built? Let's solve this question first. Are people allowed to build towns on privately owned B roads without permission?
If they're sticking with the 300
Without permission.
rules, I would say yes, because we're already in place that you can't build too close to a town with the other person's permission, and if you're 500 plus blocks away.
Well,
Let's
hold
stick with
on,
the road,
hold
guys.
on, no, hold on, no. The 300 fire doesn't belong.
I'm saying that because of the 300, 500, it's not as if you can just start on the road right next to another town.
So okay,
Road comes first. Can you build town next to existing road?
no, I'm saying on the road. Right
On the
right,
road.
Like
right
making
on
the
the
B road
road,
part of your
just
town.
like how third-party rail works right now, because we
Without
said explicitly
permission,
without
I'd be,
permission.
Hmm.
Because we said it's okay for third-party rail. Are we saying no for road? That's the question I'm asking. Sounds like no.
Needham was actually pointing that out, that the Northeast has actually done that
I
with the
know.
B12, where they built
Yeah,
around
but
the
the B12 was built after all those towns. None of those towns were built onto it. The B12 came secondary to all of those. I mean, I'd be obligated for a private road just to say you shouldn't be able to build on it without permission, just because normally with the case with private roads, it's for connecting individual towns on a case-by-case basis, like between the town owners themselves. And if you build on a town, I think either you're getting in the way of maybe expansion towards an A road, because there aren't huge stretches of B road without development normally, unless it's connecting to an A road, or B, you're building within the 500 blocks of two towns anyway. I don't think, and in the very few cases I think it'll be outside of those limits, I don't think it would be appropriate to waive those rules if it's without permission, because I feel like it'll be more of an obstruction for all the towns in the area that the B road is servicing, especially if it's private. And also, we're making this distinction: it's privately owned in the first place anyway. So, if it's privately owned, those permissions should be given.
Multiple people in GSM discussions are actually saying B12 came first because most of those towns came after the Northern Line.
I'm just trying to catch up, Chief here. Chief, do you have any?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to, I obviously had to step away for a minute. I'm just trying to think of why are we bothering with this whole B road private thing, because I feel like all of these questions that we're talking about,
because the B12 was built just before
All-
the A90.
Sorry, Myman, can you let
and,
Chief?
hang on, my man,
Myman,
like
can you let-
all
the
these questions,
A90.
all these questions right now that we're talking about are stemmed from the question of there's a clash of ownership in the surrounding area. Whereas if it was a public road, we wouldn't need to be asking these kinds of questions, and it would be a lot simpler of it's a road, and we just define the set of standards of yes, you can build right next to an existing road.
So to address that, some of the concerns that have been brought up is let's say there's a B, like if it's a B road within 300 blocks of two towns, for example, that's really close to each other. For most intents and purposes, that's their road. It's not really. It's so integrated in the town that it's not really could be considered a public road. So there's that case. And then there's some. There might be other arguments I'm missing, but there seems to be, some other arguments about making B roads private.
Okay, but so I mean that's certainly a valid exception, I think, because it's the one case really where we don't require GSM approval, but otherwise we require GSM approval for a B road just like an A. So not if it's short. If it's going between, if it's short between 300 blocks, then it's fine.
Just because
somebody has mentioned in chat. So sorry, Fremple.
Go ahead, TJ.
I was going to say, I know lots of people are bringing up the fact that if it is a long road, since it does require GSM approval, can't we just say that because they proposed it, it is a public like server-owned road.
That was my thought. Is
Sorry, we need to make this. Just because something's GSM proposed doesn't make it mean it has to be private or publicly owned. I just want to make that very clear. So
right, it doesn't have to, but
yeah. So, like, I'm just saying, a lot of B roads are built. There's a lot of times when B roads are built where they don't need GSM approval, and I somewhat argue they're actually quite common. Like the only B roads that are GSM required GSM approvals are the really long ones, and just they're kind of in this weird space where they're long enough, but not so major that they become A roads, right? So it's kind of like I'm surmising they're not as common as say other, like in terms of other B roads, right?
well, Frumple, the rules as they have right now on the website, the only time that you don't need GSM approval for a B road is if it's less than 300 blocks long,
and also connecting to an A road too.
That is connecting to a town within 300 blocks of the A road.
Yeah.
So it's short roads only that are exempt. If it's longer than 300, it needs GSM approval anyway.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying is, we already have to review them. It would just
feel
make
like
this a lot easier if we just said they're public.
I feel like I'm missing your point. Like, why do we need to make them public just because they're in the GSM? Because again, that doesn't matter.
GSM isn't the reason why it needs to be public. I'm just saying that in the interest of having one standard for both road classes, and because like all these other questions of can you build where, like the reason that it's a question that needs to be addressed is because there's conflicting ownership of between.
I'm saying, and I know I agreed with you back on the pre-GSM, but I'm saying, based on the arguments that have been presented, this might be okay still, because there's again, if there's the main case I was looking at is if a B road needs to be upgraded to an A road, but I think we've agreed that if that happens, then the B road owner agrees to give up ownership if they decide to do that. I think that solves that problem.
Okay, but that still leaves the question that we're talking about still of, when you have a B road that runs alongside or becomes integrated as part of a surface street within a city, then what happens?
That's fair enough. That is true. There is some issues.
Yeah, so so that's why I'm saying if a B road is treated as public, then that's not an issue that needs to be worried about, because then it's a standard set of rules of it's a public thing. If you need to change it, just change it, as and be reasonable and like make it connect, not don't add in a level of bureaucracy that doesn't need to be there. So
okay, so there might be, again, I said there might be some arguments I'm missing. If people in GSM discussion can maybe remind us, but what are the arguments for making them private? Because I think they were mentioned before, but I don't remember all of them. Because basically Chief's argument, and I'm tending to agree with it, like making at least B roads private does bring up all these other issues. It does bring up the whole third-party rail sort of like, or like adjacent issues, I guess.
Castle saying if this is the case, then we should increase the distance of B roads that don't require approval to 500.
Maybe.
Or even if it's, both of them make sense if it's going.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's not terrible considering that 300 is just within like the you can't build without permission radius. I'd say 500 is just better.
So we'd be saying, okay, so just to summarize, we'd say increase the limit to 500, but then B roads would be all publicly. All roads would be publicly.
Roads are public unless they're a B road that's shorter than 300. No, shorter than 500.
No. Just wait. Hold on. What are we arguing here? Are we saying all B roads are public, or are we saying just based on the limit? Because I don't think that's what we're
I mean, my preference would be all B roads are public, but I think in the interest of setting
I feel like by splitting it up, we're just making it even more confusing. Because then, what if the B road gets extended? What if it gets shortened? What if it does? Yeah. Even like Unions and GSM approved roads, that's still.
That's why I'm thinking, if it's a short road, then that's when it really does make sense for it to be privately owned. But if it's more than, if it's more than 2 towns are involved, then that's when it gets really confusing.
Yeah.
Or if it goes in the middle of nowhere, then it should be public.
And arguably that road just so a road might start off by connecting just 2 towns, but eventually, and it's inevitable, even like there'll be other towns that pop up, or the road will get extended to other towns.
Oh yeah.
Like it's not like set in stone that that's just a road between 2 towns and that's forever how it's going to be, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm fine with it being like 500 blocks, like anything higher, like B
Okay.
road that is public.
Kitty's I'm saying make it publicly owned outside people's towns. That's an interesting. We could make that distinction.
So I like how
Yeah.
good Katie's
be
argument is
fine.
because it does make sense. Because like modifications, if they can modify inside their towns, it does help ambience wise. And then outside of it, it's still publicly owned because then they just have to go through GSM approval to get approved.
It does also
think
bring
it
in
makes-
the interesting point. A town will expand, right? So they'll
Yeah.
slowly eat up the publicly owned portion of the road, like a big slime monster or something. I don't know.
Maybe it could be based off the 300 rule.
Well, that I'd rather just say
Oh,
within.
Kitty's gonna rephrase real quick
Let me rephrase. Yeah, he says.
because I think it's a good idea to have it public because it does encourage development along the road.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing what I just said, but it's more that's how things are.
I don't know. It's like I first held the opinion that roads were supposed to be private, but now I'm convinced mostly otherwise.
I honestly would be okay with that if a town is slowly growing and winds up taking more of the road. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I think, if you're expanding just for the purpose of taking over the road, it's not really in the spirit of how it is, but just if
Honestly,
you
I
happen
don't
to.
think many people are going to do that. I can understand
No,
it
and
from MRT stations, but for a road,
yeah, no.
Road zoning modifications would probably like make it look better in your town to like integrate it. That's why they want to modify it, if anything.
So Kitty says, one. Hold on. Who is? Okay, if you're on fire, please extinguish yourself.
That's not what I
okay.
expected, Kitty. Actually, I would actually my understanding for 2 was if a town starts up on a publicly owned segment, it turns into a privately owned segment because then it's slowly going to become part of the town, and to a point where it starts to become indistinguishable between what is the B road and what is part of the town.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like
I think it should still. I think it should be private. Just it should become private. Well, blocking the route's a different thing entirely than just like slowly taking over the B road.
Because if you block it in there, then that becomes a problem.
Yeah, I don't think
'Cause
we've
then you're
ever.
Hmm?
Oh, so go ahead.
I was gonna say then you're effectively like changing the route of the road.
Historically, have we ever run into problems where someone just decides to block a B road or reroute it in a way that, like,
not that I know
There
of.
have been I've seen like small rerouting, but I haven't seen like major rerouting in a sense, like from
Yeah, I think rerouting like within the same town, as long as you could still get from end to end and have signs preferable, but I think then that's okay.
As long as there's an entry point and an exit point.
And once again, preferably signs in between them, but that probably wouldn't be a hard and fast rule.
Yeah, I get your point, Kitty, but the problem is how to keep track of that. Like trying to just to continue to say that it is public. Like, I don't think that's something we can control. No, like unless it's like a huge, unless they build a, I don't know, a great wall between like in the middle of the road, then that maybe we can interject in that case. But for the most part, I think we can still say that within reason they can make modifications and essentially privatize the road for their own purposes. Because it keeps it consistent with, say, if the case where the town existed first and then the road was built, right?
So I think, Kitty, maybe what we could say is it's a kind of special private case, because I think that when a road changes from public to private, it's about who, like, you know, you've got the town owner, you've got the person who built the road, and then you've got people on the outside completely. Changing from public to private in a normal sense would mean only the town owner, only the town mayor would be able to build, as opposed to with a public road, anybody who wants to can connect off of it. Whereas, yeah, if you, I think what a potential middle ground would be that the person who originally proposed the road can make changes, and then of course town owners can make changes within their towns. But it's about those third parties who are completely not involved.
Like maybe some definition might have been mixed up here. So, but I'm letting people type their discussions. We're kind of still stuck on this topic. Do you guys? I think we should start moving on from it.
Yeah, I
we
like
need to
how
pin
it's
it.
where it's gone as is. Honestly.
Yeah, I think chat wants us to move on too. So
Okay, but have we essentially made a decision then? Like, let's summarize.
A roads are public.
Roads are public, including, and all existing privately owned A roads are now public. That includes
Yes.
the A.
I think that's been decided.
Yeah. And then B roads are public too, I guess by default, but as towns build on top of them, then it starts to be that. Then essentially they are privately
They're
owned.
private within towns.
Private within towns, yeah.
Okay, is this the consensus?
That is the consensus.
Okay.
All right. Then I guess we shall move on.
That only took a while.
That was
that-
surprisingly long.
30
I
minutes.
apologize for that, but I think I think it's worth talking about. So
Okay.
Wait, hang on. Last thing. Are we B road limit for approval to 500? Are we increasing that or leaving it?
I think we should increase it.
I think it should be increased with Zeta. Like everything's farther away, and I think it just
Okay.
makes sense.
Yeah, because it's in the minutes, and I just want to make sure that we're okay with that. Okay, cool. So B roads up to 500 can be built without GSM approval. Cool. Okay. 5C warps on tour helicopters.
I don't care.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I think as long as it's within town, I'd yeah.
Yeah.
Require staff to.
So we probably have to rewrite the helicopter rules regarding active warps, because I think right now it says a helipad is deemed active if it has a warp in it.
Yeah.
I think this should take up one of the helicopter spaces. Of course.
You think it should take up one of the helicopter spaces? 'Cause
I think so.
If it's within the town, I don't see a reason why you shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean,
You think it should count towards their helicopter allocation?
I mean,
Because the thing is, they're allowed, as it currently stands, they're allowed unlimited helicopters at Councillor, as long as only one has a warp sign.
Yeah.
And I
yeah,
don't
well,
think
this
it's-
one
I don't
would
thi-
have a warp sign.
Yeah,
and
but
that-
I don't think it's necessarily any particularly difference to having a load of warp signs. I more see the restriction as being intertown transits. I think
Okay.
That's
that
fair.
if it's within the town, I don't think it should count towards the allocation.
My concern about this is how this will be enforced, because someone will have to look. They might start to see, oh, this person has two helicopters with warps in it, but they only are allowed one. Then you have to look up where the warp actually goes, right? So
I mean, yeah,
I
I
don't
think
think that's too difficult. And
Right,
like,
but what if a helicopter, say you've got one helicopter that's being used as a part of an inter-city transit thing, and it's got warps to a bunch of other cities, and then you've got another helicopter that's used for multiple tour routes, and it's got a bunch of warps to other places within the town. Like you're going to have to click on or warp directly to every single warp on the list to see which one's compliant and
yeah,
which one
but
isn't.
I really
often
think
it
if
happens?
anything, we really should take a more a reactive approach than a proactive, because I really don't think anyone's gonna make any issues about that. To be fair, because I think we often heli companies go to other cities just to boost their destinations, not necessarily to like mix them with inner town transit. That really hasn't been an issue with anything thus far. I don't
As
really
long
see
as
that
we-
becoming an issue either.
As long as we rewrite the rules to say, well, right now it just says any helicopter with an active warp. Just rewrite
Whoever's
that to
shooting fireworks, stop.
any helicopter to an active warp to a different town.
So then you're saying that this, in addition to allowing warp tours, this would allow towns to build helicopter-based transit networks.
Yeah, so theoretically, accounts could just have one.
Whoever's shooting fireworks, stop.
it's similar to like bus and train networks, but they're all local, right?
And I think it's fine as long as it's local. Obviously, if someone tries to break the rules or bend the rules, I think it's like any other rule done.
we can address
We'll
it
deal with it
here.
on a case by case basis. Any objections?
That seems okay.
So allowed and intra-town transit does not count against it. Okay.
Okay.
5D. Oh god.
This thing.
Yep. We talked about it a bit in just like staff channel, haven't we?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little.
I personally think that there's no harm in trying it. We might as well try it out and give it like a month or two. And yeah, if it works, if it's a success, we keep it. And if it's an utter failure that no one uses, then we get rid of it. If it doesn't work currently or whatever.
I'd be in favour of it. What I think we need to decide is, should we be enforcing it? So should people be required to use it, or when it's quiet, can they just ask in chat, ask in help up, ask in mumble, as is currently the case? I would be pro having it being as an option, but if it's getting busy, we can say, hey guys, getting busy, please put your request in.
What's the threshold for busy?
It's what I think it's what a person should determine.
When the staff online can't cope, they can request people.
I think it should just generally be the case that people use the plugin just to make sure that there's not a bunch of different competing ways.
It's okay. The way I see it, this is a tool for staff to use.
Yeah.
So,
The only thing I would say is, honestly, I think I agree with Echo. To test it out, whether or not we can determine there. The only thing I would say is, who made it empty?
Who made an M portal?
Where? Bring that up, please.
Anyway, what I was saying was, as long as I think we don't try to use it, I think it's data for who does well and who doesn't, because we know that it's inconsistent. I think everything should be fine.
Yeah, I think that's
agree.
fine.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, if you're building stuff behind us or whatever, stop. Yeah, all the sounds and things are getting annoying. Violators will be kicked.
Okay, so Minspice, we're going to test out the ticketing system.
The next question is then, what do we want people to use it for? Should it just be world edit? Should it be town reviews?
It should
Should
be
be able to
town.
Anything that needs
Any-
staff to help. So
Any
world
staff
edit.
request.
Yep. So world edit, town review, core protect, die map.
Yep.
Yeah. Station rename. If it's
When-
something where you need staff and it's busy, you should make a ticket.
And then when it
Okay.
comes to die map renders, because they don't really need to be on for us to do that.
The request
Right
to
now they've
staff
been using
channel.
request.
Yeah, request to staff or make a ticket in game. Either
But
way is
in
fine.
But in term, just to make it clear, in terms of world edit, we will only do it if the player is online.
Yes. Yeah.
Um,
Die map renders are the only thing that can be requested by proxy. So
And to answer
what do you mean?
Like
if
could
you like,
someone-
I don't
could
think
someone- if I was going for counselor but there were no staff on, could I put in this ticketing system, I'd like a counselor review, here's the coordinates.
I think we should say that no, because, well, yeah, I don't know. That one's a bit trickier because
Yeah, so they can ask it when when we're online, they can use that to request it. But should we honor it if they've then gone offline?
Yeah, I'd say if the ticket is probably going to be it's not, if it looks like it's going to be reasonably responded to, for the staff that's already online because it's a busy period, then that's fine. But if you don't submit one with there's no staff online available.
Yeah.
To do it.
Um,
Also, go ahead, Yoshi.
well, there was a just want to Kyle for his comments in GS discussion. There should be a page on the website to how to use tickets. Yeah, so we could. I think it would be worthwhile to add a page on the or add something on basically on the, like a procedures page. Basically, how would this be used? Also effective.
That'd be a good idea.
I'll note it down in the doc.
Not sure where to put that, but I'll.
It'd be in the well with the new procedures and how to basically do things. It could fit there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One other thing for staff, we have to also make sure that we clear the tickets. What I suspect, and this might be accidental, probably, but I suspect some tickets might still get left open.
Yeah.
When people are using it, we'll see. We'll see how prevalent it is.
That's a common thing with any ticketing system of people forgetting to update them. So yeah, staff just make sure to close the ticket when you're done.
Okay. All right. Guess let's look this.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we'll give it a try. And just for folks who are observing, we currently do have a general moratorium in effect for new plugin suggestions. The reason that we're choosing to still go ahead and install this one is because this is a broader need of staff sometimes not servicing requests, and this is something that has been brought to us by several people, and so
And also, and more importantly, it's a lightweight plugin. It is not like it doesn't affect blocks or entities or anything. It's just a thing you put in chat and it just stores a little data. That's it. So it's not going to affect. It's not going to lag the server. At least I hope it doesn't.
I mean, it should just be an interface to a database. It doesn't affect the world. So yeah. Okay.
Next person who uses fireworks around here is getting kicked. Please stop.
5e.
Okay, 5e.
I'm kind of lost on what this proposal is supposed to be doing. I'm sorry.
So this is, so this would be allowing non-supporters to use the skull command.
I can see where God is coming from with it. You can still do it, but I think you can make the case that the convenience of using Skull is, I guess, a perk, because supporters don't really have that many. Supporters don't really have that many perks already, and I think if we do take it away, it's really all you're left with.
I'm generally neutral on this at this point.
Yeah, I'm not strongly, but I do agree with Yoshi.
I could see both Gods and Yoshi's points on this, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is if you need a skull and you're not a supporter, you can either import it from single player or ask a supporter in game. There's almost always one online.
Yeah,
So
but then
it's
it's just a general inconvenience that it doesn't really give a perk because other people can do it anyway. Like you can still do it, it's just time consuming for non-supporters.
And I guess, and you can argue,
That's kind of
yeah.
the point, guys. Yeah,
Because it's why anything ever gets monetized. Like
Yeah, here's a counterpoint. If we do this, then the value of being a supporter lessens. So there's no, and also less incentive to become a supporter.
Not necessarily sure that people would support just to get access to Slash Skull if they have workaround anyway.
Kitty doesn't bring up that golden colors are helpful and wonderful way to convince people to donate. Because like the thing is, you can say you want to help the server, but we are like I think we should incentivize it, and we really don't have that many ways to do so.
Yeah, it is by making it support, it is a convenience. Yes, you can do it the other way, but it's the long and hard way versus an easy way. So there's still value in having it like that. So
it's a classic example of, I mean, this obviously isn't what we are, but that the example is with a mobile. Okay, whoever's again shooting fire charges, stop. The classic is, in a mobile game, you'll have some process that is going to take half an hour to do, but you can pay and speed it up. So this is, I mean, Minecart Rapid Transit is a business entity, so it's not entirely unreasonable to try and see, okay, within the guidance of the Minecraft EULA, which this is within that guidance, what are there things that can be that aren't a core part of the experience that we can say here's a perk and an incentive to chip in. So, and also like people have been giving supporter status a lot recently, so that's another way to do it.
It's pretty unanimous in. I mean, it was only I'm not too bothered about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
so
God.
it seems like we're gonna leave it as it is.
I'll go
and just real quick, Metro, pay to win is actually against the Minecraft EULA. So servers that are pay to win, that's against the terms of use. So
I think that was a joke.
But,
okay.
Yeah,
just in case people aren't obvious, we do take the GSM channel seriously, so like, you shouldn't.
Unless we ask the silly questions, then
Yeah, like please keep the sarcasm out of that channel. Okay, 5F NW26 T50 ownership.
I'm confused by this one.
Okay,
confused.
so I did have a part in this. He submitted it after I asked about the status of the station for the MRT line that's coming up in a short bit. Because it's like, if you go to the station right, it says it's like claimed by Modern Art, but it's owned by Fifi or something like that. Hold on, I'm gonna go there to look. Okay, yeah, it's down here. It's claimed by Modern Art, auctioned off to Fifi too. He's basically asking who's owning it for sure.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind if Modern owned it again.
I did talk to Modern. I did tell him that he has a habit of owning too many towns, so I did ask him to rescind that part. I'm more on the case. I think it should go to someone else, or at least be open to IITs. I think.
I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah, that's the side I'm on because Modern owns way too many towns.
Yeah.
If he's just getting this town to get the town, then I think we should just be open to.
So we're saying it
GSM
goes
discussion is saying that apparently Modern built the town at T50.
Is that actually true? I don't know.
He did. He did.
That
That's
I
why.
believe.
Yeah, I mean,
he built this.
Yeah. Let me see if we're at the right building. Yeah, this is This should be last time. I know it was one building, and that's the one that Modern built. If I remember.
I guess the question is, if we give it back to Modern, will he actually do anything about it?
Well, he's in
That's
game
the
right
right
now. You could
word.
ask him.
Well,
There's difference
he
between
could say
saying
it
and
as
doing it.
much as he want, but historically, not much happens
Given
with the town.
his past
He's
history,
not
I
in
don't
GSM
think that much
discussion.
will happen
He's
with
in
this
game.
town.
He is in.
Yeah.
Said why he wants this.
I think he wants it because it was his, but he built it.
Well, I mean, it's like it was brought up because it's like because I asked to own the town, and you think he just wants to participate in cleaning that? I'm not sure.
Someone should probably talk to Modern. That's actually staff, because I don't think we're sending the right messages to Modern right now.
I think
It's
I'm
really marked out in the document.
Well, no, I think he's referring to something. I think he's referring to something else.
That's Modern. That's not the question that we have.
I'm not sure if he can hear you. I'm not sure he's listening in right now. So
He's
that's
not.
why.
Are we just okay? Are we okay with giving it to Modern though?
Honestly, I think I'd be okay with it. I do understand the concerns about excessive claims, but I don't think he's made any current excess claims recently, and I think at some point we can't just keep saying he has too many claims, because he has given away a lot of the claims. So
I'm not sure if I agree with that. He has been given some towns in
some of them back.
Yeah, there's been a lot of exchange of them. I guess another argument though for giving to Modern is there's not really another candidate to give it to, probably. So
Okay, he's saying he doesn't want the town. Like, my candidacy of the town as mayor was revoked.
So he wants to just determine who it was, or who is the owner.
and the answer is we don't. We have no idea. It's a confusing mess from our.
So,
yeah,
okay.
he literally just wants to clean it up. So I don't think he really cares too much if he becomes mayor or not.
Okay, so we're saying we don't know, and we'll open it for IATs.
yeah, we just say it's open for IAT then.
All right.
Okay.
Sure.
Can I put a sign next to the sign that's there?
Yes.
If you want.
Yeah, replace any signs that say any claims right now.
Yeah.
Please keep bolding. Please read.
Yeah.
No, I think he's referring to the whole revoking, which I did indeed ask him not to claim ownership of it.
Oh, that
but
was
I
a
was
revoking thing. I thought that strikeout was
I
as
was-
like
no,
a joke.
I'm sorry, I thought I didn't make this clear. Like, I asked him to remove that part of the proposal.
I see.
Yep.
Okay, I just put a sign by the exit of the MRT station saying, "Hey, you could IAT this."
Okay. Okay. So stations open to IATs. Modern can then, I guess, or anyone else can submit proposals to take it over.
Yeah. I mean, okay. So this
The Modern
proposal
says
as
he
it
can join if
stands.
needed.
So this proposal as it stands is like if the staff believe that the mayorship needs to be sorted out and blah blah blah. So like this thing as it stands doesn't ask us a question. It's just stating things and it's like I don't know who it is. So there's nothing that we
It does feel like a staff request, but not something we should have probably discussed at GSM.
right. This is not something that is asking a question. This is just stating facts and saying this is confusing. So I think if you want to do something about it, IAT it. But otherwise, there's nothing that we need to do here. So, okay, 5G.
Yoshi's proposal.
Hi.
Yoshi's, I'm fine with this.
I am all for it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I too agree.
For
Probably
No,
fine.
including the new arena renames as
Yeah,
well.
so- well, I guess this is overall. I know last time this was proposed, there was some apprehension with kind of having, I guess, in a way, consolidation of power. So I just do want to make sure it is getting rid of it, but also I guess I do hope that you all trust in me. But I guess I want to throw it out there also to get some public opinion as well. So
Yeah, I mean, I trust you in what you've done with it so far and all that. I think the main concern is if you're not around for whatever reason, like, if once school gets back up and running for you or whatever, and somebody else builds a PA and they want to include it, like, is there another way that a PA can get added? I think having a backup plan would be a good idea, just so that there's another way to do it. But I think having you as the primary is fine.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on this from people in public and GSM discussion? I did note, Yoshi did, like, there are some concerns about, I guess, a consolidation of power, and some people might have some concerns about that. Though I think most of that might have come from other staff on the PvP committee, but so far I haven't really seen or heard anything about that.
The last comments on that PvP arena committee is pretty old.
Yeah, the PvP Arena Committee is basically just Yoshi and a bunch of other people that approve Yoshi's arenas.
Well, there've been a couple other arenas that have gone through, but we're all just like, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I'm okay getting rid of that.
The topic I wanted to use specifically was actually the NEET public opinion section. So and there's actually a variety of opinions of these, whether or not. So I do want to go to rename basically all the at least arenas 13 and forward. So you'll see the list there that can be renamed. But the opinions for 1 through 12, because of course on the old world they've been called 1 through 12 for the longest time. The question is, should those be renamed or should those be kept 1 through 12? Now, Frumple, I guess they can't see your comments, so I guess you can say it.
I'll say that and add a little bit more. I'm in favor of renaming. Yeah, I'm in favor of renaming 1 to 12 to names, but there should be at least some indication of the old number, because it's going to take some time for people to transition to the new arena. So there should be some. I'm not sure where you'd put it.
It would
on the arena, but
yeah. So
just some reminder for people.
Yeah. So what I think of is at the beginning of each name, like in the current arena, it would say number and then name. The number is just there, I guess, for obviously just to keep count, but also just kind of like for posterity's sake in a way.
So Frumple, you know how if you just type, PA6 right now, you'll see that it'll say 06 and whatever that name is in the chat, just as the plugin. So yeah.
I never PvP, so I don't know.
You can see the
Right,
list
so-
of your PA list. You can see all the PAs there too.
What will they be renamed to? So they'll probably rename something the title. So you can see the current title list. Either it's on the wiki, it's in game at the place, but they'll be named some part of the title. For example, Nether Fortress, which is be named Nether, since there's 2 of them, Nether 1 and Nether 2. They'll be really easy. They're not going to be complicated names. They're hopefully going to be short. The longest name will probably be like 8 characters or 9 characters, like Halloween, for example. Like it's 9 characters, but it's a pretty easy one to remember.
Yoshi, just to be clear, Kitty's saying it'd be great if PA2 and PA Jungle both pointed to the same arena. I don't think that's possible.
It's not possible.
You'll have to make 2 different arenas on the same arena, so that doesn't work.
Yeah, so it would mean that if people, I mean, we could set that up, but that would mean that there'd be 2 different fights going on at the same time and you couldn't kill each other. So there's no way to link them together that way.
One, I was gonna have a comment, but I have completely lost it, so never mind.
Okay.
I see some people don't want me to rename it. There's some people in chat who don't want it to be.
Actually, Castle has a good point. There is the custom text commands. I have.
But I honestly,
we could just make aliases. You're saying?
But honestly, I would prefer either just to have them all named, or just have keep us 1 to 12. I'd rather not have double names, just because.
Or nothing.
Yeah. Well, no. How does work? I guess just internally, I guess they should be named. But what Castle's suggesting is you can have command aliases. That so if you put in PA2, it'll actually translate to PA Jungle.
I see.
Right.
If there's the ability to add aliases, I'm totally fine with it.
Right. And I mean, the thing for me also is the thing is you can do such PA list. So like even if you don't remember, I like doing PA12, and you can just look at the list of names. Oh, I remember there were like floating islands. This one is called floating. I think also it's pretty clear which arenas were what number that you like to play.
Yeah.
Quick question: How does like before this, there were two distinctions of PvP arenas. There was the curated ones, which were approved by you to have the numbers.
Yeah, those would
But
be
then
thrown. That
the
whole
op-
system would be thrown out.
Yeah, it'd be thrown, but then there was also the option for people to build it in their town.
That's
only
that's
happened
still
once.
and that's
Yeah.
the thing
It
is that
happened
that
with
is still
theoretic-
that's still an option. That is still an option.
And you would still approve those ones.
Yes, but we would be. I will say it would be more stricter just for the fact that since it is honestly on the New World, it's gonna have to be like, oh, I just want this random part section. No, like it has to be like a set thing, like what Lead is, you know. It would be
Because
like,
Laclede has a full Coliseum and everything that's ready to go. But yeah, that makes sense.
I was commenting about the length of the names because I think a lot of them are saying they don't want it to be too
oh yeah,
long
no,
of a name.
yeah, no.
It's gonna
Again,
be short.
it's again like I clarified. The names are fully long, but it is going to be clear with the /PA. For example, Nether Fortress. I'm not gonna put the whole name. Just /PA Nether would make it clear.
Yeah, I mean the idea is that it should be one word ideally that describes what it is. So like PA3 is going to be like PA City or something or whatever.
Damn.
No, that's New Lancaster. Yeah, PA Dam is probably easier.
It'll be simple. Again, the goal is not to make this complicated. It is just to basically kind of uniform it, also to make it easier for, especially for new people who don't know the numbers. You can just do P list. Like, oh, this one seemed interesting. So it is trying to be a little more user friendly as well to people who don't know.
So I
Okay.
guess we agreed. Yeah.
Yep, I'm fine with
Yoshi
that.
is the PvP. We're gonna rename the arenas. I'm gonna try to look at aliases too. Once Yoshi said that. Also, heads up, I might have to go, so the recording might have to stop here.
Okay.
But
Luckily, this is public, so it's being streamed. So.
Okay, why am I recording
Okay.
this part?
This is
Yeah,
bye
it's being
recording.
streamed. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye, Frumpo.
Next, 5H.
No, I'll still stick around as long as I can. I'm not leaving quite yet.
5H.
5H canals. Oh God.
Canal.
We had a proper discussion about this during the.
Okay, I'm with Yoshi on this. I disagree with having.
I think this proposal, while it is, I can understand, you know, wanting to kind of make it a uniform thing like A roads and B roads. It's not that much of a popular thing where we really need to overcomplicate it this much. Current canal systems, I think, where you just go to a GSM, get it approved, you know, don't landscar it, don't do this. It's generally fine. This doesn't really solve any issues. If anything, it might create more with how complicated it makes it.
Like, I'm fine with your canal ideas. It's just I don't think we need a whole. I don't think this is an issue that needs addressing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't need to complicate things more.
Yeah, I'm with Yoshi.
Okay, so hold on. I think I'm trying to understand where Fred's coming from. It sounds like the main thing. Fred hasn't said this explicitly, but I think the main thing he was trying to get at is try to find a way for canals to be approved outside of GSMs.
He did. He put it in
Yeah.
GSM discussion just now.
Yeah.
Which
the problem is the way he submitted it was he also conflated with all this other stuff, which I
Yeah.
don't. Which I think really, I did say this in GSM discussion way earlier, but those are really like MRT road standards. Those should be more. Those should be put on a wiki page, really. I think just like. Are we? But I guess Yoshi's rule number 1 addresses that point. Are we okay with that? I guess.
Yeah,
Like
so
allowing-
the kind of proposal I had to basically address your thing, Fred, was so canals basically for any canal, you would just email to us saying like, hey, I'd like to propose this canal, and then basically the staff member who can get to it can basically determine, oh, you know, if it's, for example, you'll see later in the GSM there's a canal by Shadow Border that clearly should not be in the GSM because it's just so short, but you know, but a staff member could just say this is short enough, you know, we can approve this outside of GSM and it's approved. But if it's not, or if they're unsure, we can put it up for GSM. So it'll be up to staff discretion.
If we're doing mini GSMs now anyway, can we not just say we'll discuss it at one of them?
I would say that's the fallback of if it's not clear. Like, again, there's the short one by Shadow Border, and then the other one is the one that Vicky proposed. Like, that one was all of like 20 blocks. That one should not have needed a full GSM to be like that. So
Yeah. So
but, like,
so
if
like
it's-
even
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
it's
that's
even
like-
like even putting
Go
it
ahead,
in mini GSMs, I think is also like it is like, you know, it is like, oh, it'll happen more often, but it's still waiting a few weeks for like, look at Shadow, like it's really small. Like we all know that we're not going to be against that unless like suddenly like there's a town that we didn't know of. You know, there's no really real reason for us to block any of it.
Yeah, I'd like to say it should be approved over email if it's a short one. If it's a long one or there's some contention, that'll get discussed at whatever the next staff discussion is, either a mini or a full GSM.
Yeah, and then the one that Fred put, we can make like standards, the canal.
Yeah,
standards,
that's
we can-
yeah. So if
That's
Fred wants to
different.
make those, that's up to Fred if he wants to do this.
Question:
You
What's
do
the
not make lag machines.
question? What's the distinction between what's a small canal, quote unquote, or a large canal?
I think when we discuss this, it's ties into something we talked about earlier, which is it's I don't remember which topic specifically it was, but it's going to be up to staff discussion. Where like, I think it was about mod nominations, you know, where it's like, if we think the mod nomination is good enough, then we'll put it on the GSM, or if in this case the canal's long enough, we'll put the GSM. But if you're unsure, you can ask in staff, and you're going to ask in the staff channel on Discord, or you can put it up there. If you're unsure, then someone else can talk to you about it. So.
That doesn't really answer the question. I mean,
The question is, what's our threshold for when it goes to discussion versus email approval?
I really don't think we should set a hard limit just because of how canals can be different with whether it's diagonal, whether it's like straight, because it really, I think, depends on situation by situation.
Okay, how about this? Instead of doing it by length, how about this? If the canal is within a town itself, then it doesn't need approval. But if it starts extending out to outside the town, would that be
the only issue I have with that is how that can, for example, if we take a look at the Seneca Canal, there are technically towns lined on the whole side. If each of those towns allowed it, you basically made a full-length canal by getting each town's approval.
No, I'm talking about just canals within it. That doesn't fit that. Like if it's connecting through multiple towns, yes, that requires GSM approval. I'm just talking about say Fred just wants to build some local, like completely within his town, just some small canals.
Well, I mean,
what if you have a very large town and want to make a canal across it?
Yeah, I meant, for example, like Monte Isola, like that town is basically full of canals. We don't like block that. I meant more like if we look at, for example, the reason I bring up Seneca is because so many of those towns are close together. The canal only goes people's towns. But if you just like break one block to they are connected, you're not going outside anyone's town because it's within each of your border limits. But you are making a full-length canal. If that makes sense.
I think if it's within one town, that's in most cases it shouldn't need a GSM approval. If it's going out in the middle of nowhere and it's, I mean, I think this is one of those where for some of it you'll know it when you see it. Of like if like there's some bit where it's like you might not be able to draw an arbitrary line, but you'll be able to tell that it's like this canal is very clearly short and should just be fine. Whereas, I don't know. I mean, my thing is like, if it's more than a couple hundred blocks long, I'm going to want to talk about it in more detail. But if it's fairly short, like 40, 50 blocks or whatever, like that's clearly a different thing.
We can clarify in the Woodbridge thing, intercity canals that don't connect to other cities do not need approval. Do you think that'd be clear enough wording?
Don't need GSM, but do need email? Or
No. Sorry. Within your own city, is that I'm just gonna say within your own city, canals within one city, like within your own city, as long as they don't connect to any other canals, do not need.
So just build them. Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, it's like roads.
Yeah, it's their area.
Actually, a staff member will need to go there to probably make the canal for them because it's.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're building a canal within your own city or like a road within your own city, you don't need to get GSM approval.
Camel's asking about creating rivers, if that falls under the same too.
It's rivers and canals. Like a canal is a man-made river.
When you mean river, what do you mean exactly, Camel? Like, what?
I assume he means like terraforming a new.
If it's like terraforming, I think it's like that's different. Like for example, if you want to propose like the Seneca Canal, but like I want to make it look like a river, I think that's kind of like it's a canal, like
Yeah, because I think that's the same probably for the same reason why you're building the river in the first place, is basically to have that connection for your boat transportation.
Yeah, a canal is a man-made river, so
Okay, Camel's asking because he's apparently doing that in Kanto.
Is it within Kanto? Is it within Kanto, or does it go out of Kanto? Within, that's fine. If it's within your town, that's your own business. We're mainly referring to things that are going from town to town. So if it's within your town, you have your own right to do that. Yeah. So red rate, yes, technically, but
you can't build a natural river. You can build a natural-looking river,
Yeah.
but building a natural, you can't have them in the same sentence.
But yeah,
Okay,
people have
I think
before Red Ray. I believe there's one in Nashville.
Okay, I think this mostly settles this.
5J.
Yeah.
5I. There's no 5J.
I. Ah,
July
I can't spell today.
This isn't even spelling. This is just alphabet.
I graduated
5I,
college. I forgot my alphabet. It's okay.
5I. Okay, so as USM coordinator, it's my job to deal with the scheduling of these things. The July GSM is scheduled on July 11th. That is the weekend that right before the anniversary. The anniversary is on the 13th, and so usually there's events that go on to celebrate the anniversary, and I'm pretty sure that with everybody being around, that is certainly going to happen this year. Do we want to hold the GSM that weekend? And if not, how do we want to deal with event funding? Because if we are going to cancel that, then we need to decide before the June GSM closes of how we're going to deal with it.
I'm not sure how the mini GSMs are going to go. They might, because we
Yeah.
doing
Yeah.
It. So I
Could-
just say
Go ahead.
go ahead, Yoshi.
I was gonna say what we could do is say, I would say it's better to say, so we can say we're saying it tentatively won't happen, and because I think it's better to say it won't happen so people put their proposals at June. But if it does happen and we happen to decide it, then we can just add it back. But I think we can probably make a decision in like, I think probably during the next mini GSM before, or mini GSM if we do have one before June. But I would just say for now, to err on the side of caution, we could just say there won't be one, so people can plan ahead right now, just in case, so they won't be surprised if it gets removed.
Why don't we do I mean, we could do it the week before, and then just say we're gonna limit it to.
That's the week of the 4th
year.
of July.
That's I don't think any
yeah,
meeting on that day. There were suggestions of making it the week after. And actually, I don't agree completely with Yoshi there. I actually, for the error caution, I'd say, well, I mean, wouldn't it be better just to schedule the meeting and then, I don't know.
The only reason I do that is just because, like, for example, if I'm planning to do an event in in July and I need funding for it, I'm like, oh, I'll just do it at the July GSM. I know I plan for it, and then the June GSM passes, and suddenly oh, sorry, there's no July GSM. Then then I can't do the funding proposal because.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying we need to commit to the decision well before the June GSM agenda closes. Because if people need to submit, they need to do that soon.
Would people have any objection to just committing to doing a July GSM and not having any sort of uncertainty there?
My only reservation is having a GSM on anniversary weekend means that there can't be an event at the same time.
No. I'm saying
not necessarily on that weekend.
Not the 11th. I'm saying the next weekend.
Oh, do it on the 18th instead.
Just to be clear, yeah.
I'd be fine doing one on the 18th.
Yeah.
It really doesn't depend on what events happen, but I think tentatively saying 1 4 is fine. But just as a note for everyone who's obviously planning to submit funding or things like that, is it may be better to submit it for June just in case we do have to cancel.
What if we did one of these mini GSM things on Wednesday the 1st?
Whoever is dinging the bell near me, stop or you will be kicked.
Tom, we're not going to do that. We're not. I don't think we can do a meeting on the July 4th weekend, and also we're not sure.
The 1st of July, the Wednesday.
We're not doing
That's a bad
that
idea.
on weekdays. We're not doing that on weekdays.
Doing meetings during the week is a bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think that because you got a whole month beforehand on June to do all your all the anniversary stuff planning, and then then nothing until after it. You know.
We had that last year with no issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So either it's okay. I think we're leaning towards having so we'll have a GSM on July 18th, not the 11th. So that frees the weekend for events. So that means if you're planning an event for anniversary weekend, you need to submit for the June GSM. If we have a mini one that gets added in after, then we will let you know, but you should assume that your last chance for anniversary funding is June GSM, which is on June 14th, and the agenda closes on June 12th.
Cool. And
Okay.
with that, I have to go. So
Okay, well,
hopefully,
hopefully that's the entire meeting except for the, I mean, like that's the entire long bit of the meeting. So, okay.
What did I miss?
Section, all
Yes.
of section 5
A lot,
and the
yeah,
private.
so, all right, on to
Oh.
So
6.
Okay, for everybody else, just so you know, we had a bit of a pre-GSM discussion a couple days ago to hash out most of the details. We're gonna fly through this pretty quickly.
So if
because
you
we'd
have
like to-
anything,
please
up.
like, yeah, bring it up quickly in the appropriate section because I'm gonna go fast. So
Here we go. Buckle in.
Okay, yeah, buckle in. We're going to 11. MRT
Whoop.
line, starting with gods. 6A
What do we say about this?
is so 6A
This one had
is
no
the
issues.
Plains Line Extension 4. This one on Thursday we had no issues or objections
Yep.
on, since it's fully within Epsilon terrain. Any objections for final approval? Going once, going twice. 6A approved. 6B MRT Mesa Line Extension 3. This one, from the previous M, we wanted to hold it at Tembok and not go
Oh,
further than that.
the image has been
God-
updated.
God's,
Yeah, the image is
updated
updated.
map, it,
Proposal is now up to 10 bucks.
Yep.
I am
Okay.
100%
Which I think
right
wise
for it.
is fine.
Perfect. Okay, great. Any objections? Going once, going twice. Sold. 6C.
I also updated this map.
Yep,
I
thank
took
you,
out
Vicky.
3 stations. They're spaced properly, so there you go.
Yep, perfect.
Is
So
this
yeah,
space
that was
good
the only
enough?
concern that we had from Thursday pre-GSM saying
Beautiful.
expand the stations to 500. Any further objections? Going once, going twice.
Sold. Pick a pose.
Sold. Okay. Carnoustie doesn't need 3 stations. It's getting 3 stations now. It's just been approved.
I mean,
60.
yeah, honestly.
Hi,
they-
please approve. It's straight because Lakeshore will get the west part. Modern's already saying to divert. However, please read my
Hold on.
discussion earlier.
Hold on.
in
Hold on.
GSM
Yeah, yeah.
discussion.
I mean, we do have a dissent on the Carnoustie thing, which I mean, a fair point. Which is a fair point. 3 stations because it is a lot.
Yeah, they're a bit more bunched together. I mean, I suppose you could do 2.
Yeah, and we did talk about spacing them out, so I guess I would maybe skip the north one.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I'd
skip the
I'd
north
space the middle one honestly, because the 2 ones like.
Well, I
between
could
the
just
second
basically
and
like combine 39 and 40.
Yeah, yeah.
Just kind of space them out a bit more. It doesn't.
I could combine 39 and 40, so I would take out a total of 4
Yeah.
stations.
Okay, so that'll end it at NW40 then.
Yes.
And a new
I
40.
I mean, honestly, Vicky, it's up to you if you want to remove or add stations. I think we trust you enough to make sure the spacing is fine. Just the
I think
Carnoustie
we're-
one was really
I thought the-
I'll talk with Obi about it, see what he thinks.
that decision
So
should
there
be.
might be 40 or 41. It won't affect any of the stations up for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Um,
fine. The decision within Carnoustie should be between you and Obi. So
But honestly, I do kind of agree with Tom that 3 is kind of a lot.
Besides that, I'm good.
It changes to 2.
okay. So start with Obi, but whenever you decide it's approved. 60.
Right. So Modern is saying again. I already said discussion either yesterday or the day before. The proposal is basically to approve Taiga since it has stalled. Narnia did give me his full approval. We've already everyone was kind of in for the new routing to just go straight shot. Of course, this will meet up at the end where technically we're trying to get the Lakeshore line to go because the Lakeshore will be going west-east. The only notable towns on this new routing is Frostbite. However, as I've argued with my current planning to Arctic routing, which I do have, I'm working on that at this moment. Arctic will serve Frostbite, therefore I don't need a reroute from that. Therefore, I don't want to go by the original routing. So that's why I'm saying just go straight. The rest of the towns on this routing are either not significantly developed, or greater than 500 blocks. So please approve.
Yep.
Is it
Yeah,
worth just making
yeah,
it
I'm fine with
slightly
that.
more
No
north
objections.
into the Tiger
But
where
Gods,
it would meet the lake?
God's,
Is it
God's
worth bringing the line slightly further north from where the terminus is marked, just where it would meet the lakeshore?
currently we put it to meet at the end of the mountains. That's kind of what Thursday was going. What I got from Thursday's meeting.
You have a meet in that little forest biome in there.
Because I was thinking the
Doesn't look
line would go a bit further north than that, to almost parallel with the town on that little island to the east.
I mean, honestly, I can see where you're coming from, Gods, but also it might be
It's
better
not a
to
massive
wait.
stalling point.
Yeah, it might be better just to wait, so then the two people who made the lines can work together to make a station that looks better. On
Modern
7,
Lakeboro, Skogheim, and Norwest would get missed by this kind of thing.
I can already cover that. So as far as Lakeboro and Skogheim go, Arctic, my current routing when it goes through Frostbite would technically go between the two. I'm actually still trying to figure out how I'm going to deal with that. Northwest's routing, I'm trying to remember on Dynmap where Northwest is kind of in that rough area between the two, because yeah, Lakeboro, Text Minecraft hasn't really been active recently. I know Star has been very active, so I've mainly been trying to think about making Arctic go through there. However, that is not really the topic of this.
that is
discussion.
that is the Arctic line that will be covered when we get to the Arctic line.
Arctic will be done whenever I got all the perms, and that will be later. Just let me know. I am caring for the Northwest. I will be building. I want to do the Arctic.
If you want Bunny Mountain to get a station, make it big enough, and a station could make it big enough that we notice it when we're dealing with it.
Yeah, that's what I'll go for.
7.
Okay. So that is then approved.
I won't, Kitty. It's actually under overground.
Okay. That is approved as proposed. 7. Okay, B808 and B809. These are a couple of roads that Otto wants to build in the Northwest.
Approved. All I said was approved.
Yeah, the pre-GSM approved them. So
yeah, one of them is just designating a bunch of roads, combining them into one big road. The other one is just building a little one. I'm fine with this one.
okay. Any objections? Going once? Going twice?
Nope.
A62 from Deadbush to Savannah by Yellow Itcher, which was approved on Thursday.
Big boy.
Approved. I mean, nothing.
Yeah,
really
pretty simple.
Okay,
Have
yeah.
fun building it.
It was approved on Thursday. Going once?
Just
going twice. 7C 49 Connect Canal by Ondas.
Dumb name. I'm sorry, dumb name. But otherwise, it's
on Thursday. Ondas, if you're ever listening to this, on Thursday we threw Ondas under the bus for a really big missed opportunity here.
Oh yes.
No, we're not gonna get into that. No. We're moving on.
We'll talk about it after the meeting.
We're moving on.
Okay, wait. We want to bring up the experts.
Anyway.
So the other thing is we took a look at this. If you actually look, you can see it in the image. There are a bit of frozen ice or frozen glaciers right below that. So to connect to the rest of the lake, either that will need to be cleared or a second canal will be made. We've decided that the pre-GSM we said that either on this, if you want to remove that yourself, or you can also ask it, or if any other players or any, of course, staff members who are willing to can help move some of the glaciers so the whole lake can be connected. Otherwise, the rest of the canal was fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Any objections? Going once. Going twice. Sold. 7D. Okay. This one we have questions about.
Yes.
So
I assume my 7D is in here.
He was typing earlier, wasn't he?
He is not in game.
Has anyone contacted him about
We were supposed to contact him about this, but I don't think anyone did.
We're supposed to contact Ondas to us as well.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Yeah, so but just real quick, I guess, or if anyone knows this, is this a rail line? Is this a road? Is this the flight path of a helicopter? Like I don't know what the heck.
It's not specified what
It'd
this
be the
is.
migratory
So
path of south, what is it, Africans carrying coconuts, perhaps?
Is this a weird underground pedestrian path? We don't know.
an elephant trail.
Yeah.
We're
Also,
we're guessing that it's a rail line because of the Y level, but we don't know.
I think just based on what I know, considering the fact it is listing, underground. I think I-70 also owns a rail company as well that he's been using to connect. No, wait, that's Stone Bay. Is that? No, it isn't.
No, it's Stone Bay. No.
Yeah, it's no, it's gonna be the north.
So we have no idea if this is a road or rail line. We understand it's it's a bypass through that, but we still need to know if it's a road or rail line or something.
Okay, I'm gonna say no on the basis of there's missing information.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
We like
actually
honestly
know what this is.
Honestly, I don't know what you guys think, but honestly, it's minor enough where I think if we just sent us an email clarifying what it was, we could just approve it. Because I think if we just knew, we would approve it. To be honest.
Fair
I'd say, yeah.
Just clarify with
Just
one of
send
us.
an email. Please
Yeah.
clarify what this is.
Yes. Okay, this will be held until we know what it is.
Oh, one little tidbit. Just don't handwrite the text. Just use like any text function. It's so much easier to read when it isn't. I don't care how nice your handwriting is. It's always going to be chicken scratch to somebody.
Yes, but technically we are still allowing those because we still have a few proposal documents that weren't finished yet. So it is allowed, but we would prefer if you really have to, then I guess do it. But try to do text.
Please make it concise and readable map. Thanks.
Just make it textual.
Okay, we're getting
just use like freaking colors and just list what each color means.
Okay, so we're
let's go.
We're 7D, we will deal with over email. We need I-70 to tell us if it's a road or a rail. 7E, Lake 14 to 46 Canal. We have we have some concerns on this one.
But he is not here as well, which is someone was asking about this, but I don't think anyone did. We just the two questions we had were basically how would this canal look? Because we some canals obviously we don't usually have, but I think we are going to try to ask, how does it look, just because it is going through some interesting terrain.
Maybe we should defer. Like he just sent screenshots of what it's going to be.
Yeah. Otherwise,
email approval.
What perplexes me is the fact that the Western Canal's a checkmark shape. It's not just a solid line. It's just it goes down.
I think the checkmark might have been an accident.
No.
Well, I don't know why he doesn't just take the shortest route there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just I guess there's ice in the way, but even then,
could
not really.
decrease the length of that by half. Just
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if the line was straight out and then he just sends us basically an image of what the canal would look like, or at least like a cross section of it, I think we can again, like the other one, approve this out of GSM because I don't think we have any issues with the route.
Well, we do have an issue with the western end of the route.
Well, no, I meant routing as in the general routing of like where it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lakes is fine. It's just that they'll clean out the west. Okay. So send us what it will look like and clean up the routing on the western end. Like either tell us why you need it to be the dogleg shape or
please make it a straight line.
Yeah. Just make a straight line.
Right.
Send that over to email. We'll handle it there. No for right now, but we'll handle it by email if we need to. 7F.
HVT.
Rail bypass.
I was told we have to shame HVT for this.
Yeah, HVT made this nice little document, but also forgot to name the name of the town. So and where
it's got a 3-page PDF when only one of the pages has stuff on it, and you forgot to name the town.
And the
God damn it.
is that.
Yeah. So,
Crackhead proposals.
So Thursday we were
HV meme.
Either way,
we went through this last time and it was fine.
Yeah. So either way, we approve it.
Okay. Approval going once, going twice. Sold. Intra-rail 7G.
The railroad bypass.
Kitty said that there was an update on request to staff, I believe.
Is the current one on the GSM document
If
correct?
it's one of the GSM document, Kitty, all are approved because we kind of just went through and said, yeah, all are fine.
Yeah.
Unless, did
so
you change it
Yes,
yesterday?
Did you add anything?
so there was an
It updated
update.
11:50 this morning.
Yeah, I updated a new version of it today. So
What is the difference, Kitty? Is it just number 6?
Item 3 seems to be retracted now as well.
Yeah, we got to that already.
Item
Yeah,
6.
item 4.
Yeah, 6. Okay, so the only new one is 6.
Pale turquoise inactive town bypass.
Oh, this was. I remember when this was built a long time ago. I forget
Oh
the mayor
god,
is,
it's Barad.
but I would say approved.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm fine with
not
this.
inactive.
the whole thing.
So I got 1, 2,
Yeah.
5, and 6.
Yep.
The Carnews D1, obviously.
Yeah. Well, obviously that's no longer the pre-GSM because that's final. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Okay. Oh god, 7H.
This one, okay.
Black text on non-white background. Read.
So, okay, so this one is about really narrow canals going all over the place.
Here's a discussion.
This is gonna take a minute.
So the pre-GSM we discussed. So it is going to be a small canal. It is the width canal. It is 3 wide. So most canals. So there were two camps or 2 arguments. So one is that since most canals that most canals on the server are much wider and it's serviced.
I'd like to mention it doesn't. It's not 3 wide. It just says the maximum width of vehicles along the canal would be 3 wide. It could be something like 5 wide.
No.
Yeah,
It's
most
3
of the
wide.
canal is
Oh god,
most
3
of the
wide.
canal is thinner or wider, but some blocks are 3.
But anyway, so it's basically on the 3 wide boat. So we had 2 camps. One argument was that much canals on the server elsewhere are much wider, and this would basically kind of allow only 3 wide boats to kind of get where you're going. And then the other argument is that the width is realistically similar to canals in the UK. So therefore it does fast realistic. So it's basically the 2 arguments are basically about kind of, I guess, about accessibility for many of the boat companies, and also whether or not it is realism, quote unquote.
I would say
I
what
feel like
what boats are he expecting to go down this canal?
3 wide
3
boat.
wide.
There's a setup. There's a mock-up of it in
It's
Antioch.
Antioch, and there's also a prior image in the canal proposal.
I'd favor it being wider because canals do generally benefit the server, especially the wider ones. But this one just really only favor one specific type
I
of.
want to step in there. I massively disagree with that because this canal, if you look on the map of the image, it's serving inland for a certain few towns.
Right. Okay. So
It's not
literally
like it's connecting oceans.
Yeah, literally designed just to do that.
Yeah,
To get certain towns.
I think
that's
that
why I
if
think
the-
there's a
if the
difference
towns
here
are-
because this is just for these towns in particular. It's
If
not
these
connecting
towns are
oceans.
fine
and
with
being
only 3 wide boats being allowed to
Yeah.
service their towns, then I'm personally fine with this.
I suppose in the future,
Yeah, I
if need
really
be, it
don't
can be
care.
widened.
I see why not.
I don't think it's a particularly good idea, but I'm fine with it.
The other point of contention that we had that still needs to be made a decision on is whether or not warp boats should be allowed through the canal, because while the 3 boats technically do fit, they basically kind of rub against the sides and the bottoms of like the canal. So it's a question on whether we want to allow those to exist.
I'm fine with it. They fit
fine with
through the
it
canal.
only because with the limitations of being in a game where you can only use 1 meter block cubes as building blocks. I think there's certain things where we just got to take passes on it, and I don't see it as a huge deal as long as it's not like shoving it through like 1 block gaps. I don't care.
Yeah.
I would say if the other towns are okay with it being 3 wide and the fact that they're going to be limited to only 3 wide boats, then that's fine. If the other towns don't want that and they want to build bigger boats for the canal, then it needs to be bigger.
I guess last question I just realized. Have you I assume, Fred, you received permission from everyone along the route. Who owns SW? Because the map, it's kind of cut off.
SW what?
11. SW11. You'll see it's directly west of the Texas is Peaceopolis Airfield Marina. Just want to make sure that that person has been.
I think that was so.
Was it?
Is it? Fred, do you know the
I don't
chance?
know though. I think it might have been IET at some point.
I was like, Southern Line wasn't built then. whatever stuff was
SW11.
gone.
It's so in your image, Fred. Where it says Peaceopolis Airfield Marina, it's directly to the left of that. You'll see the yellow dot for the station. It's that station right there.
There's a little town there with like one of the buildings is definitely by so.
Can someone, I guess, if anyone could check the staffing, we'll see if we have got any requests about taking it over. But I'm
Sure, I can do it.
taking a look at who owns it in this town hall right now.
Whatever it is, it's not freaking councilor or me.
Oh, it
Auto.
says auto. Hmm.
Have you received permission from Auto? Oh, I remember. I was jumping around this building when. Okay, this was definitely auctioned off. So I was jumping around this building when asking for a few prior proposals. It is in Peaceopolis territory, but we want to make sure in regards to the 300 and 500 block rule. I just want to. It's within 300 500 blocks actually. Check. It's within. It's I think barely within the 500. Again, it's just not about the cloud. It's just more of just the 500 block rule. That's the only thing I see wrong with this, but otherwise, just want to make sure. You find anything, Volpe?
Cannot find much actually. It's just searching up the station name gives 0 results. I'm just poking through staff.
We know it's
Okay.
owned by
It's Liston. The town of Liston. Liston was given to someone because when Sosa got banned. Hold on. Liston is.
Yeah, just states he's been banned, and yeah, there's no actual indication of what was transferred where. Does anybody know the town?
Yeah. Anyone know who owns Liston?
I've heard the name so many times, but I have no clue who owns it.
It's outside the it now looks like it's outside the 300, but it's within the 500.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's barely within the 500.
Oh yes. Also, it seems.
Oh, there it is. Liston town mayor is listed as Otto.
Okay.
Otto.
Yeah, Otto.
Yeah. Also, it looks like Modern Rat says, Fred, you haven't asked Modern Rat for permission to do New Eyes Zoo, and which goes directly to the town. I see.
Well, yeah, we can't really approve that if you didn't.
Yeah, it goes right next to it. I see.
Person.
Have you not? No, SW9 is New Azuma. There's a sign right outside here. New Azumo.
Yeah, New Azumo is Moderns. Peaceopolis is SW8.
Did they ask you to build this canal, or did you kind of ask them if they wanted a canal? I'm curious.
Wait, Modern is saying SW9 is his.
SW9 is his.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's his. Yeah,
it is his.
Yeah, Fred seems to have thought that SW9 is Peaceopolis, but it isn't. SW8 is Peaceopolis.
Please don't try to sell MRT stations, Bojang. I guess it's a city. I guess if it's a city, sell it, but also, anyway.
Yeah. Much money, fine man.
Okay. I asked on the South Owner Peaceopolis I could build it. Also, James. Yeah, you do not get. You'll need Modern Art Auto's approval for this to happen, because it's within there.
Modern's right here if he wants to give it, but I suppose we have for that.
Yeah. So Modern, what we can do is, since you do have to talk to 2 different people, and I don't think Otto's here anymore.
He is in line though. I can go ahead and ask.
Yeah.
And Modern's in game. I know that for sure.
And he's talking in.
Modern's in there. If he wants to.
Yeah, Modern is typing in stuff. I assume he can hear us. He's not in voice. Can someone clarify to Modern that him and Fred need to work out if he wants this canal or not, because we can't. Yeah, so we can conditionally approve it, but also with the amount of people that are left out, I'm concerned that there might be other ones we're missing out as well. Because we didn't even spot New Azumo until Modern pointed it out. So that's the only thing I'm concerned about.
Don't think there are.
I've reached out to Otto. I'll let you know if I get a response from.
Yeah, I'm trying to check out what SW10 is.
Oh, Modern says he can talk.
Alright, we'll just talk to Fred about it. I guess I'm not sure if he can hear us. This is the town of Devon? Who owns Devon? Omega.
Devon is Omega.
Okay, that's...
You did you not get a push? Okay.
Dang it, Fred.
Yeah.
I'm
just
leaning
saying
towards just not
this-
serving
at this
because
point-
we didn't get permission from 3 towns.
You really need to get permission from this Fred.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. The canal design, that's like fine. We've approved that. You really need to get permission.
Yeah, in
from
the future, you need to go along the whole route and make sure that you have permission from everyone.
You don't need, no. It's just like rail lines and other just like rail lines and warp train lines. You need to get permission with 300 and 500 block rules.
Suppose
So
are we going to just deny this or defer it to the next year?
just the fact that we keep finding ones that permissions didn't ask. I'm leaning towards
I'm
kind
saying
of
approve.
Yeah, just deny at this point.
I'd say deny it and resubmit with when you have the appropriate permissions.
And we will say, Fred, that does not mean that, if we do a mini GSM, it could be approved there as well. So it could be sooner than the next GSM.
So 7i.
Sorry, Fred.
Eden to Lake Tech.
Anyone who's within a territory you don't need permission from. What do you mean territory?
Oh, yeah, no. Just the territory is because it's right next to another canal. So, honestly, we talked about this last Thursday. Was it Thursday? Thursday? It's fine. It really, this shouldn't have been proposed to GSM with the new canal rules.
Oh yeah,
This
trust
trust you not to make a land scarring. So.
Yep. 7i approved. 7J.
B Road, Richfield, the rest of the roads.
Yes, get Richfield today for. Woo.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It won't be contained if that happens.
Yeah, that's fine.
The
all
virus
permissions- there's no towns in the way.
It'd get an actual exit onto that stretch of the A4, which is always something good.
Yeah.
Not just a
Impulse-
really
Yeah.
long straight road without any real exits, and that's
Well, Rich owns both ends of the road. It's kind of like the point.
Yeah. Oh, I do want to clarify, Fred. Yes, if it's within someone's territory, you don't have to get it. But if you look at it, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere for quite a bit of it. So if it was directly through his town, that's a different story. But it's not through his town, so yeah.
Fred saying he was not asked about the Eden Canal.
Do you have a settlement near there?
For Bakersville?
near Greasy.
Rail yard.
Baker's the rail yard.
Oh
Let's
dear.
take a look. The rail yard. What rail yard are you referring to?
As you can see in the image, you can see some kind of mess of anvils with a weird shadow on it. and
Oh,
what
I see.
appears to be-
The fact that I think that this is not the thing is, this is not really a canal. It's just clearing land. Like it's just widening a thing. I mean I don't think Fred. I mean unless you have some really weird reason to block it, I don't think there's a reason to block this one. Or and you can just give approval now as well since you're also here. Okay.
Okay, it looks like it's approved then.
There we go. Thanks, Fred.
Uh,
What the hell is
back,
that?
back, to, back to Jay. Are we approving Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds fine to me. We
7K.
approve.
7K. Okay.
Okay,
Metro
this
Map's
is the
good.
one.
Use the second map. Ignore the first map. Use the second map.
Second map
Yeah,
is a lot better.
work on your map making skills, please.
Yes, please.
No freaking handwritten font, goddammit.
Second
Thank you,
map
Metro Map, for a
is-
good map.
Second map is I think fine unless anyone has any. issues.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good second map.
yeah,
I like it.
Holy.
sure. I'm fine.
It
Yes, it
probably
was chicken
was.
scratch. It was
Looks like
chicken
a-
scratch.
Looks like a short.
Wait, I forget. Is Chief doing minutes or is CC doing minutes?
I'm 2 minutes.
Is this a road between the two?
Yeah, it's a road
I'm
between
confused
the
with
two.
the map
It's just
saying.
paralleling. It's
a road.
paralleling now.
It's a road. They
So
even
the-
says it too.
The line between the left line on the map is the road itself, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And the right line is
Is a canal.
what zone?
A canal that was
Oh, it's
few
just a road
GSM.
and a canal, right?
Oh no, the canal
No,
was
the
proposed last year.
canal has already been approved. He's just
Yeah, it had
adding
an
more
environmental
there
review.
for reference.
Okay.
Yeah, the canal's for reference according to MetroMap.
Okay.
You sped through all those 7s?
Yep. Now we're to
Oh,
8.
I'm not used to GSM doing this quick.
Alright. Well,
Okay,
the pre-GSM did help.
Yeah, and the fact that I missed about 3 hours of it also.
8A.
We're going to 8.
The Olympics fund.
No,
So
we have to postpone this to next year.
So we talked about this during the pre-GSM quite a bit. So we had some concerns, which I don't think Airplane is here. Which was, let me read the minutes. It says, last time the event was not organized well, and the prizes this time were disproportionately.
How
So
long have I been muted? That's wow. Okay.
a while, I guess.
Might have been an issue.
How long have you been
Okay.
speaking for?
Yeah.
I
so
don't
what?
know, but
Yeah. So
okay,
the
as long as
actions.
yeah,
Go ahead,
8A. 8A.
The actions we thought about doing was cut basically. We were thinking of, for the host funds, because because I think with the situation with kind of one person kind of tacking on at the end, and
Thanks
especially
here, by
what needs to be done, we were going to cut. We were proposing cutting the fundings in half, so each person would receive 150 instead of 300. Of course, if you want to fund the rest of that, that's up to your discretion. And then
the rest of the funding revised to the original Summer Olympics.
yes, the 2018 levels, which would be 1,000 for gold, 50 for silver, 25 for bronze, and 10 for participation.
100 for gold, not 1,000.
100.
Yeah, so yeah, that's it. I meant 100. The reason we're doing that is, I guess, due to the prior reasons, we are unsure. We want to make sure, of course, the event goes. Since it's kind of like in a way second trial run, but also because if you actually total it up, the total amount of money requested totals to a decent. I think it was about $5,000 total with all the events. So we did want to cut it down a bit, especially with some of the events. Maybe not requiring the effort for 300.
Not really a reason to up the funding. What it was in the last games of this magnitude.
Michael, did we have similar concerns for the last the Winter Olympics proposal? Was that also by Airplane? Didn't it actually go
Yes.
quite-
No, it wasn't planned. It was planned like within the 50. It wasn't planned well at all. It was kind of.
It was
done.
effectively
Oh.
a theme.
Yeah.
Okay. I must not be paying attention.
But Airplane, would you be okay with those numbers, or do you have any concerns? I'll repeat it again. 150 for each of the hosts, totaling 300. He's not here with. Oh, he's typing.
He's typing.
Are you? Can you hear us? Because he's not in this channel. Maybe watching the stream.
He can.
Probably watching the stream.
Yeah. I don't
So,
see him.
can someone ask in Discord if he can hear us?
Yeah, he's talking in GSM discussion, I think. Oh wait, no, he said I'm here, and I'm not sure if he's.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's tapping again. He isn't in the VC though.
Is he?
I don't see him on it.
No, he's
No,
not.
he's not. He's not in the VC.
Okay.
Okay, he says it's
Perfect.
fine.
It's up, if you want to supplement more money, that's up to you, like in sponsors or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, he says
Oh,
it's fine. I'm fine approving it as is. As
Okay,
with the
so
modified
it's
plan.
NBA.
Okay.
This is not
Whoever's
NBA.
shooting firework, please stop, or you can actually no. Just
Hey.
if we Echo, please
Who's
find and
shooting
kick them. Thank
fireworks?
you. Someone was. I heard firework noises. Okay. 7.
Eight-
Okay, that's
8B.
all good. 8B. MJ New Amsterdam. For the pre-GSM, we said approved.
Because of
the
the
business plan.
addendum, which the addendum says it's only $500 requested, and yeah, so we can approve
And
the
the rest
500.
is being. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Um,
Okay, so $500 approved from the staff. The rest can come from sponsorships. Good to go. Okay. 8C, Big Brother 5.
Yoshi time.
Yep, we just said approved the pre-GSM.
We said, yep, this is in line with previous rounds. Any objections? Going once? Going twice? And sold. 8C approved. 8D, Pride Month Flip Building Contest. This one we had some
So we'll
potential
talk
other
about-
ideas. So Dalt, is Dalt on? Yes.
He is here.
In voice chat
Um,
too.
Okay, Dalt, we have a couple questions.
Yeah.
So
So we had-
yeah, go Yoshi.
Yeah. So when we were going through this at the pre-GSM, so obviously you chose the so we were basically considering where you could host it. So we actually threw a few ideas. We wanted to basically throw it back to you, so you can ultimately, which was to, I know you proposed using the is it A0 A1? It was A0, right?
A0.
Yes.
A0.
Which is the ring road.
Yep.
The other idea we had is if you want to use the streets in central, like legitimately like the streets in Central City, we would allow you to if you were up for that. The only downside is that citizens and above, so if you're a member, you won't be able to build, so it may restrict some people. We could add temporary regions, but also depending on the course, it may make it more difficult. But that's really the main, not really concern, but more like an idea that we had if you wanted to use inside Central City or if you wanted to keep with the ring road.
Honestly, that'd be freaking cool to see it, like a literal parade going down Central.
Yeah.
It also actually, give an actual event going on in Central City for the.
So
yeah, I mean, I think Dalt, you can
Yeah.
choose between those locations. I think that's not.
A road, but can I get to you guys? Yeah, it's up to you. Wait, do you mean A road or Central City?
I mean, we're
yeah.
fine if it's
In Central City. Yeah.
either.
Oh yeah, a
A-road is
road in
in
Central
Central
City.
City.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. Yeah, it's up to you. If honestly, if it is a straight line to Central City, we can add a region to allow members to build there. Just if it's like a curvy path through Central City, it's gonna probably not allow members to
Well,
build their own
it's
city.
a bit weird though. A gay pride parade going down a straight line.
Moving on to AE. There is no AE. Other than that, is any objections?
No.
Going once, going twice.
Oh wait, hold on.
Approved.
Hold
Wait.
on. I forgot the other thing. So you said there would be voting. How would that be conducted? And yeah, so how would you conduct who choose the winner? Would it be like you just vote for your top 3 favorites, or just how would it go? Yeah, would it be like, for example, rank choice or? Okay. I just wanted to make sure, just ask a point of clarification.
Okay.
Like MRT Vision, but not as many. Okay, fine. Cool. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay. Any objections going once? Going twice? Approved. 9A, Amberville.
Amberville. I'm fine with this, I think.
Pre-GSM is approved. Which is
The
there.
drink's like already right next to it. I
Yeah.
totally approve.
No problems there.
Any
Eat it.
objections going once? Going twice? Approved. 9B, Phoenix Tail Hotel.
Right.
Okay, Ali.
We have
What the
questions.
fuck do you mean by the word resign?
Yeah, we assume you mean the word redesign, but we just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Or it could mean resign.
Resign. Resign. Okay.
Resign.
So like to
Okay.
relabel it. Okay.
The English language.
Question.
Ah.
Do you know like where they happen to be in the road, or do you just like know that you whatever, or like do you know where the rest of them are, or like is this the only one you know?
What I'm curious about is
There is there is a wiki page.
Is it just like
There is a wiki page?
pre-built World Edit franchise, or is it something that you just furnish?
Which wiki page is it under? Because when we were looking at it, we couldn't find
Time
it.
to say it's in Phoenix Valley, which he owns.
Which? Can I ask which Iberian resort?
Ah.
Okay. Oh wait, so it's not a franchise? Is it just a?
Oh, it's a single thing.
Oh, it's a single thing, so it's not like a franchise.
Wait, so are you wait, what?
No, there are multiple. Okay. So, wait. So, are you wanting to claim only the Phoenix hotels, or are you talking about the whole
There's
Iberian
a-
hotels and resorts?
There's a Phoenix Tail Hotel in Benyon. I think I actually know what that one looks like.
Yes.
There's 7 branches, yeah. On the Phoenix Tail Hotel, there are 7 of them.
So, what I'm asking is, are you going for just like only the Phoenix Tail hotels, or are you going for the whole Iberian resort? IAT, all of the Phoenix Tails. Is there any reason you wouldn't want, I guess, the whatever other assets there are in this company? They don't. Okay. Okay.
Well, that
Fair.
solves that. Okay,
That
fine.
is a fair
I'm fine.
point. Although it might be a little easier just to auction off the whole thing, but I don't know.
Oh, it's those. I've seen those all over
Yeah.
the freaking.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
They're
I think it's
Beautiful things, aren't they?
I'm fine with this.
I think it's approved, right? Everything good?
Approved.
Yeah, approved. Cool. 9C was pulled because Vern Cow has said he's coming back.
Of course.
HVT, well, hang on. HVT, if he remains inactive at the end of this month, you can put it back and we will not take it off again if he claims it again. So,
cool.
Anyway, that's fine. Last thing on the agenda, 10A Lake renaming. This was originally submitted as 43. It's supposed to be 46. I fixed it on the agenda so it says 46.
So only one concern we had was that so that lake you want to the only person I know
Dalt.
is on
Yeah, Dalt.
so I know you're here, Dalt. Is this so they want to rename Lake 46, which is the one that sent out Behaz on, to Lake Gunto, Gunto. They got permissions from everyone else basically on that, except for I know you were going there. I just wanted to make sure if you're okay with that name or. If yeah.
Okay, it says that's fine.
Dalt's fine. Cool.
Okay,
think
then
approved.
approved, yeah. Okay, good to go. Last thing on the agenda is vote us up on serverless. You guys know the drill. The links are in the information channel. Please do that.
And a trusty meeting, people are bugging us to read those too.
I don't
invite
have those notes. I
Invite
have
more
those
spam.
notes.
Yes.
I'm gonna go log on just to be the person to read those off because that's the only way I can get any sort of tape.
Oh, that's my job.
That is cheap.
I thought I was the official what is it? Trustee meeting staff.
Yoshi.
Hold on. Before we get into any of that stuff, we want to double check because this is I don't want to have to go back to this whole thing. Is there anyone knows that we missed or want to cover right now? Even if it might be a question like any topics that you really think we should discuss right now, so we don't have to go back.
Yeah, that's everything on the agenda.
Yes, Tom.
So when we went on the list, the roads, I think we kind of found, I don't say a loophole, but a problem with talking about who owns the B roads, because Otto just submitted. We just approved Otto extending other B roads or other roads to become B roads. That might not be his or something like that.
That is true.
Tom,
Otto is
B roads are
designated
public.
Yeah, so we decided that B roads are public except within someone's town. So
I
you
thought
can-
we said B roads were going to be player.
B roads are public.
No,
Except within
B roads are
town.
public except in a town.
We
So
decided
you can.
that-
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you can extend a B road outside of a town limits, and that bit that's outside of the town is public. So that's all fine.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
And speaking of roads, I've already added all the roads that are approved to be under construction in the road doc.
You're amazing. Thank you.
To answer Fred's question about the mini GSM, we are still figuring that out. The next one probably it's going to be probably about 1 or 2 weeks before the next GSM.
Yeah, look for an announcement from me. I'm going to talk with other folks in staff and talk with Frumple about how we want to handle the details of it. And then we'll get it scheduled and announced. So stay tuned, and we'll give you details as soon as we have them.
Chief, I know earlier mentioned in staff, you were asking whether 7K was in the right ward.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I was going to pull that up. Vicky, do you think it's in the right ward?
Which 7K?
7K.
Give me just a second.
Ward 2 is what it's supposed to be in. Whoever's shooting arrows, please stop, or you're going to be safe.
That is in Ward 2.
Okay,
that
good.
is-
Thank
okay,
you.
It's all good.
Okay, I thought it was in Ward 2, but I wasn't
It is.
100% sure. Ward 2 is massive, so
They all are, but okay.
I
Okay, so
mean
I'm
comparison.
I'm going to read off the trustee meeting. So that is the end of most of the meeting. If you have questions from anything we talked about, from the moderator nominations, from the community issues, any of the approvals, ping me in the GSM discussion channel if you have questions. Don't send your question with the ping. Just tell me I have a question. And don't send a PM. Just please keep it into one channel and just ping me once, and then we'll get to you. get your questions ready because I'm going to read the trustee meeting notes, and then we're going to go through the queue and deal with those, and then we'll be done. I've got stuff that I need to do, so I'm not going to be able to take silly questions this time. This is just going to be, I'll read through the trustee meeting and then serious questions, and then we'll be done. Apologies to Kitty and Not Short. I think your guys' AFK kick exemption timers might expire on you. So if that happens, hopefully we'll be close to done. Okay, so while I'm reading the trustee meeting notes, get your questions ready. Also, real quick, let me just point out, Elite, I'm not happy with how you conducted yourself during the trustee meeting. I'm not issuing a warning against you, but like, shape up if you want to run it again. Okay, trustee meeting nominations are Bob Slime for trustee, Lantern Block for owner, Chanbei Meme Highway for trustee, Chief's Left Eye for trustee, Airchester for guest, Central City for Discord, SpongeBob for trustee, Rick Athersley for trustee, Frumple for guest, Dinty B for owner, Console for trustee, GE P42DC Genesis for trustee, and __Kuso __ for member. General business. Guests have /kick. Vote not recorded was positive. Aroma Coffee shall be the official food franchise of the Trustee Association. The GSM is a bra moment. The capital of the Republic of Epsilon shall be a dictatorship led by Elite Neon. Mod is now trial mod. The Dyson V11 Absolute is the official vacuum of the MRT. Waypoint shall be renamed A Point. Fly Lumiva shall be renamed Fly Lumiva. Arcadia declared new winner of MRT Vision 6. Gravity is declared to be not a force. Hashtag Occupy Hendon. Tutti Frutti is the new MRT theme song. Rip Little Richard 1932-2020.
Aw.
Motion to adjourn. Stay safe and healthy, and also New Kendon. So that's the notes that I got.
Two
for the
questions
trustee
right
meeting.
now on GSM discussions.
All right.
Thank
serious
you.
question.
Okay, I have two questions. Mojang, you're first, then Conductor. Go ahead.
I'll unmute Mojang. How do you unmute?
Right click and then uncheck the mute box.
That is. Oh, I see. There we go.
Yep, there you go. Okay, Mojang, you're unmuted. What's your question?
Hello.
Hello, we got you.
I would just like to ask, like, when the premiere reviews for this GSM are going to be publicized.
Hopefully fairly soon. I mean, we really just have to move the file over to the usual
It'll
voting
be
folder.
in the future. By latest, like a few days. So like a lot. Like it's gonna be soon, Mojang.
The results post should go up tomorrow or Monday, hopefully around the
I
same
mean,
time.
like the file for the premiere review.
It'll be.
It's all one file, so it should go to by Monday at the latest. So
Soon.
a couple days.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Conductor, you have a question.
His conductor. His conductor is not a voice.
Okay. If anybody else has a question, you can pop in line.
While he's typing that, I guess just go to the next question while he's typing it.
That's the only other question that I have. In the
Okay.
queue.
I guess any other questions while he's typing that?
Yeah.
It can be about anything, so it can be about the stuff from the prior portion.
Yep.
It can be stuff
Anything that we talked
from
about today.
anything. So get your questions out now if you need.
Metro Maps got one.
Yeah. Do you want us
Okay,
to
Metro, go
type
ahead.
or I assume do you want to type or do you want us to unmute you? I assume he's typing it. So.
You've raised who types up
Okay.
fast.
Okay. Conductor appears to have vanished, so Metro, go ahead. Nope, Conductor appears to have unvanished.
He's typing, so we'll just answer the
They're
questions.
both typing, so we'll just answer, yeah.
While the yeah. Again, if I guess you have any questions.
I wasn't aware members could vanish.
If you have any, I'm not here for this bad joke. Stop.
Do you think a bidge building contest is a good idea? That is not a question for right now.
Yes,
If
that
you
is-
want to,
Put that in the
if you
studies
want
act.
to,
what I will say is that if you do want to click on this, you submit event funding the usual. Remember, if you want to get event funding, you must enter it before it begins. I did see you events, and also if you do want it to be taken serious, I do recommend at least calling it something a little more serious than that. Metro Maps questions about the Blue Road.
So Kitty, we can unmute you in a second here. So Metro, says since the B road from 7K is in close proximity with two different highways, when the B road does link up with the two highways, what happens with the B road?
I think it's the B road.
It's a B road.
Yeah, because it's like it turns into, I don't know,
They have to submit
D
proposals to
3,
upgrade it
4,
anyway.
depending on what.
Okay. Time, you can type out your question.
Kitty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kitty's next.
All right, Kitty, you're up.
Your mic is on, but we cannot hear you.
Yeah, Kitty.
Kitty, we can't hear you. Unmute him again.
Oh, unmute
Say
again.
something.
Test.
There you
Yeah,
go.
we can hear you.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, anyway, I have two questions from MBS viewers. The first one is from Vulpine Master. He asks, with the membership increase of the server, I was wondering if the staff has a contingency plan in case the server goes, quote, viral overnight, and there is a large influx of new members joining.
So we sort of do by the fact that you have to be a member in order to build. So we don't have, say, a plan of like, beef up the server hardware because we kind of can't. Minecraft doesn't really scale across multiple machines well. If there's a sudden spike in traffic, I think we'll handle it like we've handled the gradual increase so far. People stay on as guests if they want to become members. That's awesome, and we'll process them about the same. Elite, we'll process them about how we have been doing so far. Yeah, I mean, staff, whoever's online will just help out, and I think, if you guys want more people to come on, then vote us up on serverless and spread the word.
The next question is from Pretzel33. He asks, I know this is going to be premature, but when are links to Zeta going to be?
So we have not discussed lifting Elite Neon. You, my friend, are nope. All right, you're done.
All right. To answer the question, Zeta, last we discussed this, we said we'd be in a few months. It was only I think a month ago when this discussion was brought up. So my estimation is probably somewhere in. My guess honestly might be the August GSM, or the June GSM. It's going to be soon, but not soon enough because it's really going to depend, I guess, what happens with the current MRT extensions. After these have been extended, then we'll probably talk about it. So my guess is soon, but again, not too soon. We can't really give you a hard date rather.
Also, Volpe just commented in the MBX live chat. He says, clarification, I mean if it's consistently above the 60 max.
If it's above 60, then we'll lift. Okay. I think it's one of those things like we'll deal with it if we get there, right, Chief? It's like
So the first two kind of relief valves that we would have is that the AFK timer would need to be lowered, so that so that you would need to leave a lot faster. We can set it up in theory. I don't think we've actually done it this way, but I think we can set it up so that staff will bypass that count and still be allowed on, even if we're at capacity. I think also the fact that we can barely handle 50 under normal circumstances people would want to leave by poor performance anyway.
Thank you, Mojang.
Thank you,
It'll
Mojang.
be very sad if people are just like, oh, the server shit, it has bad performance, I'm gonna go.
MRT is like a highway. If everyone uses it, then no one wants to use it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Vulpine or whoever's Vulpine. Now, if you happen to be friends with Seth Bling or someone who has a large Minecraft audience or some of the other large Minecraft YouTubers, give us a heads up at least if you can. If you're actively gonna do something, again, we're happy to have you bring people on. But if you're about to alert an influencer, please give us a heads up so that we can at least be ready to accept them. So
we need the Diamond Minecart to finally respond to Thomas Fife's thing and come on and showcase the actual cinema and sponsor.
Yeah, exactly.
But
yes.
But
yeah,
yes.
we would like some warning before the zombie apocalypse starts. I mean that I don't know what I was going to say.
Member
The
apocalypse.
To take the
Yes,
discussion
apocalypse.
to take the discussion back on track so we can get this done, please. It's been 4 hours now. Are there any other questions? Time says this question was conductors. Oh, time is
Oh,
another
he's
question. Time, you can go ahead and type it while. Well, actually, Metro Mouse, it's while Time's typing yours.
Metro, to your question. So a B road is
To
a
an A
separate
road.
road to an A road. If you want to upgrade it to an A road, that requires a GSM proposal just because it's a separate standard of how it works. Yeah, so if you want to upgrade it, just send in an email and it should be processed pretty quickly. Can a B road which fulfills the requirements be merged into an A road? I mean, you can always have, interchanges with other roads. It's just how it's signed and numbered.
Yeah.
Get Time's question is any other ones after Time?
I mean,
Not it.
times.
Looks like that's it.
Well, yeah, once Time's typing, but I'm saying if there's anyone else who has a question, I guess ask them for your piece, because then we can end this. Just no. Go and type it. Go and type it. I'm not saying don't rush it. I'm just saying if there's anyone else who has any questions, make it known now, so then we can just kind of
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I would like to call dibs on the first silly question.
I think not silly questions.
I think they're.
Yes, Paul?
I was kind of going back to that question about influx of people, and I think I remember Rumpel saying something about if we hit that max, it will start kicking guests in favor of members, if I remember right.
It'll be a discussion if we have it. We really
Yeah.
don't need to have a discussion right now.
I don't
Time's
think
question-
this is really
Time-
pertinent unless that happens.
Time's question is: if I want to build an airfield that infringes on 9 300 block radius, what will be the protocol rating terms? I was in AAT wondering. So what you could do is, it's kind. I guess it'd be in the same way as a rail bypass, where you could just basically send an email to staff and we'd approve it, just like we would for any other rail bypass.
Yep, either that or do an IATP.
Mhm.
Okay, that's the end of the queue.
Okay, actually, I have a question myself. Are we installing the World Edit Queue plugin like tonight, or when are
That's
we
up to
putting
Frumple.
that in?
You'll have
Yeah,
to talk to Frumple.
The UCars plugin is being removed tomorrow night. I would suspect that the Q plugin would be installed at the same time.
Makes sense. All right.
Wait, Q plugin?
World Edit Queue plugin.
Yeah, we'll have like a system of ticketing, so we can basically.
There's if you look in the GSM doc, there's some
Are
explanation.
there any other questions? Going once.
Metro is typing. We'll see what he's typing, and then it's gonna take him a little longer to type then.
Come on, give us another hour of arguing. I'm sure we've got it.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you all for coming. Sorry this took way.
Oh, he said hold up. Okay, wait. Which
Metro-
one do you?
Metro will be the
Don't
last.
do this.
Metro's
Yeah.
question will be the last one. Although Metro, if you say nah, not really, that means no. So commit.
Please.
Okay.
Make your decision.
Metro's question will be the last one, and then we'll be getting out of here. But while Metro's typing, thank you everybody for coming. If staff or members would please clean up the mess behind me on the AdMod tower, that would be fantastic.
Anyone wants to savor this for the last few minutes before I set zero at looking?
Yeah, if you want to look at it, I'm suggest
Take a
doing
screenshot.
because then we're gonna get
Oh,
rid of
it's
it.
beautiful.
What the hell's the SNA?
Cool. Not sure. Got a picture.
All right, I shall yeet this out of existence then.
Bye.
Fred, will there be
Olivia-
on how to use the Q plugin thing?
Yes.
Yes, it will be on the website when
A few other things get sorted at the same time.
Yeah.
Give staff a little bit of patience as well. It'll probably take us a few days to get
I'm
used
gonna
to.
ask
We'll
you.
answer that later. That is not a GSM question.
Yes.
So, all right. That is all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Kitty and Not Short for streaming. We'll see you guys later.
Yeet.
As to what Metro
Hey,
said,
feel free to leave if you want to leave, but yeah, well, someone can answer Metro.
Uploaded maps will usually come on when the server restarts, and the current limit of world editing. Do you mean like actual world edit size, or when we're not supposed to do it? But generally, we're not supposed to do it when it's lower than 15 TPS.
1,000, 1,500, 150,000 is the answer.
Yeah, well, for members at least, admins can accidentally violate it or set their own limit to.
We're just gonna say 150,000. Do not raise it higher than that.
Don't raise it higher unless like it's low traffic.
Viewers on NBN, we thank you for tuning in to the first ever GSM on the channel. We will hopefully be back for whatever may be next, whether it be a mini GSM as discussed today or the next GSM in June that is already scheduled. Stay tuned to announcements in Discord for updates on that, but for now, I'm Not Short 925 from NBN News, signing off. Thank you very much for watching, and we will see you in another broadcast somewhere else.